Good morning, everyone. This is Pinkie, the housewife. I'm sorry I'm running late, but today is Monday, June 2nd. Also, today is my daughter's birthday. Today is my daughter's birthday. One of my daughters, okay? I have two. But thank you all for being here. We're live. We're going to be we're going to be talking about the Diddy trial today. Today is week 4 of the Diddy trial, week 4, Monday, June 2nd. They're live already at the courthouse. I'm sorry, I'm just getting up, just waking up. Sorry about that, guys. Y'all know how I am. I wake up kind of late anyway. But nevertheless, we're going to get all caught up. We're going to be showing live from New York with the what's going on at the trial. Who's testifying today? Believe me, I want to find out when you all find out. I haven't, to be honestly, I haven't had time, but I could have looked while I was trying to put some clothes on this morning. But no, I want to find out and be at just like you are. I want to be at that moment, just like you are going to be. Okay, it's like the same suspense, everything. Okay, you all probably know more than me if you've been up because it's 10:49 a.m. here. So you all probably already know, but this is still early for me. I normally be asleep around this time. I don't get up this early. I don't get up until about 11 to 12. Okay, but I've been making changes since the trial, Diddy's trial. I've been trying to get up at 9. Sometimes I don't make it to 10. I try to get up sometime 8:30. I don't get up to about 9:30 or 10. So hi, Felicia. Thank you for being here this morning. We're getting ready to get on with the Diddy trial, okay? Thank you for being here in the Pink House. Hi, Renita. Thank you for being here this morning in the Pink House. Guys, I hope you're having a wonderful time. I know you're traveling, but nevertheless, thank you for being here. Gosh, okay. Let's go ahead and get the pink rules out of the way, Pink House rules out of the way. I want to welcome everybody to the Pink House. If you're hiding in the bushes or whatever, thank you all for being here. Welcome to the Pink House. All right. And also hit that like button because it's free. Doesn't cost anything, but it helps me to get to where I need to be, stay in the algorithm so I can keep bringing this great content to you. Okay. I know you're all looking at this sweater. This is a sweatshirt, actually, a sweatshirt. See? A sweatshirt. It's just a sweatshirt. It's too big. I've been the last couple of days, I would say started last week, I've been pulling out clothes that I didn't know I had clothes that still with tags on it. So I just cut the tags out of this as I was getting dressed this morning. Running late, cutting the tags out, looked at the clock and said 10:30, I cut the tags off. So, and as you can see it, I want y'all to see this it's a sweat top. It's not a sweater. It's short. I know still got my pajama pants on. I'm going to change those in just a minute. And it's really, really too big. It's way too big for me. If you notice, it's falling off my shoulders, showing all my bones going across the top. So if y'all see all these bones and everything, just pretend like you don't see the bones. Okay. Okay. We're going to say, oh no, that's fat. That's fat. That's not bones. Pinkie just got fat showing. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. But anyway, don't forget to hit the like button. Even if you're in the bushes, hit that like button and everything. If you got a lot of fat on you, then you won't see this here. That's what my doctor told me because I asked him about that. And he always said, you need to gain some weight. But I'm not gaining no weight no matter what I do. I wish I could. If somebody can give me a pill I can take, pop it into my mouth, and I get a little weight where I want to in places, I'd be happy. You know, first one is going to be gain some weight at the top and the butt. But no, I'm not. I just can't gain weight like that, guys. But anyway, hitting that like button is free. It doesn't cost a penny. And then subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed. That's to help grow the channel. I'm almost at my 6K I need, let me tell you how many I need. I need 233 subscribers. That was last night sometime or yesterday sometime. 233 to be at my 6,000. Okay, so go ahead and hit that like button, guys. I know I shouldn't put it out there because once I say that, any people with grubby hands, they love to steal from you. I'm just telling the truth, guys. Y'all know people are dirtish these days. They'll steal from you. All the criminals out there and the people that love to rob you and steal you, please don't steal my little likes and subscribers. Y'all know y'all gonna steal them, but be a little. Give me one day of not stealing. Y'all some criminals. I'm talking about these content creators, guys. They love to steal. Y'all have to watch out for content creators, and they know who they are, and I already know who you are. So give me a day. Hi, Terry. Good morning, Pinkie in chat. Yes, I hit the like button. I'm working, but I'm listening. Okay. Thank you, Terry, for coming in. They know who they are. Y'all know who y'all are. I called you out once before. But anyway, I'm not going to worry about that right now because I'm having fun. They trying to keep me down because they know Pinkie is a powerhouse. She don't have to have a lot of subscribers. She got a personality. Some don't have that. Okay, so let's go ahead and get on with the matter at hand. So let me go ahead and put up my warning. Graphic warning content is not for everybody. Okay, you can go ahead and close it. Okay, thank you, sweetie. Okay, let me put my avatar up. Thank you. Come on, bring it in. Thank you, baby. Yeah, put it right there. And turn it. I don't want to look at the writing. Yeah. Thank you, baby. That's my baby girl. She's lighting a candle for me. Yes, thank you. I need a candle. She's trying to put a candle in here for her mom. And it's her birthday, not mine. Can y'all believe that? See what my baby doing? My baby is awesome. Bring it out a little more. Thank you. Thank you, baby. All right. Thank you, baby. Okay. I'm still drinking my hot lemon water. Let me show you. Still got them big. I hope this spoon is clean. Let me wipe it off. I only keep plastic stuff in here because sometimes the dogs may be in here. Sometimes the baby may be in here. Running around. You can't stop Phoenix from anything. See my lemons? So I keep everything in here. I keep silverware in here. And I got my fruit over to the side. And then I got my juice and my HEB cup. See my HEB cup? HEB need to have me to market their cups. HEB, hit me up. Hit me up, HEB. I will do all your tumblers, and your cups and stuff. But you got to give them to me free. I ain't going to do it for nothing. HEB, hit me up. Matter of fact, I need to get something from HEB. I don't get baby oil from HEB. No. This is not for me. But we're going to be talking about somebody that love baby oil. They buy by the thousands. Okay? No, I ain't saying no names. I'm not saying no names. Let me put my trigger warning up because when y'all hear what this person did, trigger warning. When you hear what this person did, you're going to be saying, oh, Lord, hide the baby oil, put the baby oil down in your clothes, put it up under your shirt, hide the baby oil. Yeah, that's what you're going to be doing. Hide the baby oil. Yes. Hi, Sharon. Thank you for being here. Good morning, Miss Pinkie in chat. I hit the like button. Thank you guys for hitting that like button coming in. Okay, my thoughts. Thank you for coming in, my thoughts. Hello, Pinkie in chat. Y'all, I'm excited this morning. I really get excited when I don't know. I just love doing lives, but sometimes I just don't do them. I just don't have time. I like my solitude and peace. Okay, but this is week 4, guys. So what I want to do let's see what's going on outside the courthouse first. And I can tell you right now, not much is going on outside the courthouse right now. Because I took a look as I was coming into the room. Not much going on. But the security standing out there, the popo is standing out there, everybody's standing out there, but not much going on in the way of the courthouse. You cracking me up already. Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all just got to remember, I'm very hyper. And then don't let me eat all this sweet stuff I got near me. I'll be jumping off the walls. What you should, let me see what Terry's saying. You should contact the marketing department. Yes. Number one. You know what? I need to get somebody on that. Contact the marketing department and let them know you have YouTube channel promoting their products. You got that right. Thank you, Terry. See, I'm so hyped up, and plus this is morning time for me. Y'all got to remember, this is morning time all the time. This shirt is just too big on the shoulders. I can't handle it. I may have to go change this sweat top. It is too big. I didn't know it was too big. This is my first time ever trying it on. I didn't try it on when I bought it, and I think I bought this before the pandemic. Was it before the pandemic or after C-19? I don't remember. I think it was before. And it's way too big and it's falling off my shoulders. I can't take it. I cannot take this. Sooner or later, I think I just need to pull it off. Just pull it off. I got on the sports bra, so I can just pull it off right now. Y'all want me to pull it off? Y'all want me to pull it off right now? Y'all know I'm not ashamed. Jesus, watch I walk around half naked. I sure will. Okay, but we ain't gonna give Diddy team no ammunition to say a woman was trying to pull off her clothes while showing the trial. She was trying to entice him. We must do a mistrial. No, we're not. We're not doing no mistrial. No mistrial today. Not today, we ain't. Not today. Not today, Susie. Not today, Mary. What Terry said? Absolutely. Okay, let's go ahead and see what's going on in the trial. Then I'm going to catch y'all up. A short video, just going to sum everything up from last week. Okay? Yes, we are. We're going to sum it all up from last week, but also we're going to check and see what's going on outside the courthouse. So if there's nothing going on, then we're going to sum it up. Oh, just see my candle my baby girl brought in? Why did she leave the top behind it? I don't like nothing in my view. See, because that's in my view. That top sitting up there, I can't take it. Let me move that top because I get distracted. Y'all know me. I'm too hyper. I don't like nothing to distract me. Nope. Can't try to find a drawer to put it in. Okay. It's going to distract me. Oh, shit. Oh, my shoulder. Oh, my Lord. Oh, hurt that shoulder trying to sit down. Guys, this shoulder, and they're going to be mad at me. I need to call them, guys. My physical therapy. What you say, Nita? Keep my shirt on. Y'all know I'll pull it off. I'll pull it on off. Pull it on off. Pull it on off. No, I'm not going to pull it off. I'm going to keep it on. But I do have on a sports bra. So if I want to, I can pull it off. Yes, I do. No, you ain't going to see nothing big hanging all over. You ain't going to see no breasts hanging down to here. No. Because if you did, when you see something right now, no. So when you do see something, that means because Pinkie got something pushing them up. So you can see. Have somebody pushing them up. But if you look at me naturally, you don't see anything. Because I ain't got nothing pushing them up right now. I may need to change that so the shirt will fit a little better. So maybe when we play a video or something, if I don't forget, maybe I need to go change and put on something that's going to push them up, make this shirt fit better. Push them up. You know, it'll maybe make it stick out a little like this here. And if it sticks out a little, would it make it? Yeah, it'll make it fit across the back better. Yeah, it'll make it fit if I got something pushing everything up like this here. But they don't belong up in there. They be pushing them out of the shape because they don't belong up there. Yeah. Let me show you. Just see. We're gonna push them up. Push, push, push it out. 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 Oh Lord, I like that. I like doing that. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. I like doing that. Oh, I like doing that. Hey, husband, come in here. Look, I like doing this. Oh, okay. Y'all have to let my husband know don't come in here, okay? Okay, let me just holler and tell him don't come in here. Oh, shit. No, don't come in here. No, tell your daddy don't come in here. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, there's nothing wrong with me. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and get started. Okay, I'm just kidding. Ain't nothing wrong with me. Have to let the powers that be know there's nothing wrong with me. I'm not trying to do nothing, push it up or nothing. But that's I like doing that, like clench. Ooh, I love clench. Oh Lord. Ooh, I love doing that clench. I'm gonna have to show y'all that clench video. Clench. I need to market that. Clench, clench. I need to get a t-shirt. Oh Lord, I'm gonna do a video called clench, clench. Ooh, Lord. Don't nobody steal it. Don't nobody steal it. If I see somebody marking a t-shirt called clench, I know you just stole it from me. Y'all don't know. I could probably take. No, be quiet. Be quiet. Okay, let's go ahead and get on with the Diddy. Ooh, Lord. Okay, let me see what we got going on here. Where did I put that? Y'all have to excuse me. Oh, let me show you something, guys, what we're going to talk about today. In the meantime, I got some docs here for you too. We're going to go back over these docs. I've been had these docs. I did these docs a while ago, but I thought it's time to refresh our memory with them. I'm not going to read them all. I'm just going to read, just look over. We're going to just glance over a couple pages to make sure. Terry, Carol, what am I going to do with you? Trademark it, Pinkie. I need to. That's what I need to do. Clench, clench. See, Terry, you get me off track again. You get me started talking about the clench again. I love you though. Y'all know me. Don't get me started. Okay? Don't get me started. Clench, oh Lord. Okay, let me thank God I had this thing on mute. Let's see what's going on in the at the courthouse right now. I can probably tell y'all right now. Make you rich. I probably do need to get rich all by myself. Make me rich all by myself. Make me rich. Y'all know, do not ask me to Pinkie, you need a record deal now. Because I know I can sing, but we're going to pretend like I can't. Okay? I just can't put nothing, it's just mine. I just don't know how to make it sound good. No, can't nobody tell me I can't sing. I just don't know what I'm doing. Okay, let's see what's going on. This is live outside the courthouse. This is with Law&Crime Network. Y'all know Jesse. Jesse what? Jesse. I love myself some Jesse. Okay, live P. Diddy SEX trafficking trial. U.S. versus Sean Diddy Combs. Day 14, week 4. Okay, here we go. I'm going to enlarge it so y'all can see it, but it is live, okay? So we can see what they're talking about. Okay. Come on to the right thing. Somebody's, they giving live updates in the box in red. Oh, the judge, defense on the elevator, hallway video. You are objecting. Oh, they changed it before I could live now. Before the jury and judge, Mr. Steele, how much y'all gonna have to read it yourself. Okay. Did you use this as your CV? Mia looks like it. I'm just to let y'all read it because it's moving fast. While y'all reading that, this is live updates. You see, ain't nobody going nowhere, right? And it's 12:08 here. They at lunchtime. Oh Lord, we're gonna make sure we come back to this. This is inner city press. I'm gonna let me get inner city press. I need to go ahead and okay, we're going to come back to that in just a minute, guys. I'm not going to let that go. The judge want to know how much longer do you have on Crows? Did you use this as your CV? Mal looks like it. Still, for say you have the ability to multitask and have thick skin. That's the he's telling Mia that. They're talking about just showing a video. Okay, so we're going to come back to this since there are still in. We're going to come back. I'm going to be bringing this up throughout the live today. Love you back. And okay, money. Money. See, y'all want me to sing, and I don't sing for free because I have never had any singing lessons. So I don't have no singing lessons, so I'm going to be good. Okay. But anyway, we're going to come back to this. I'm not going to leave this, but I do want to get everybody updated because not everybody's been updated with everything. Let me just show you the thumbnail. Okay. So this is a thumbnail for today. Y'all see it's week 4. That's another thumbnail. Depends on how I feel because y'all know I got 3 channels, right? Okay, so this is outside. Picture was actually taken today. This is a picture from today outside the courthouse. Okay, so don't be getting it twisted. OJ's. Ooh. Okay, so let me get y'all brought up to speed on everything. Okay, let me find that video. Where did I put it? Okay, this is leading into week 4. I'm going to bring this up. It's only 3 minutes and 38 seconds, so it's not going to be your whole day, but it'll bring you up to speed on today. This is with Good Morning America. Okay, look ahead to week 4 of the Sean Diddy trial. Okay, so let me just bring y'all up to date on that. So we're going to go ahead and get this one started. I'm going to put it up. Okay, do this. And here we go. All right, so it can bring you up to speed. Legal contributor. And do something if you cannot hear it. Because y'all know I be thinking people be playing with me. I'm serious. I really do. And I don't like people playing with me. Why do y'all wait 10 to 20 minutes down the line and then tell me y'all can't hear it? I don't know. This ain't no AI generated stuff. So y'all got to tell me ahead of time. Because I'm not doing no AI. This is Pinkie Live. Okay? So if you cannot hear it, put a 2 in the chat and let me know it's too low. Because I'm not going to change it 10 minutes down the line because the video is only 3 minutes and 38 seconds. So either you hear it or you don't. And I think these people be jumping out the bushes telling me some mess like that. Y'all know I'm a little because I haven't drank all this. I'm just in the middle, just in the beginning stages of drinking my lemon water right now. Okay. Y'all wonder why its look is pinkish looking? Because they put something in it to give it that pink look. Okay. It's nothing that y'all think of. Okay. All right. Okay. 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 Here we go. Here we go.
Brian Buckmeyer. Brian, it is good to see you. Thanks for having me, guys. Okay, so Diddy's lawyers are getting ready to cross-examine Mia again. What do you expect to see there?
I think more of the same. What we're seeing here is not a confrontation of the direct allegations that she made of sexual assault, forced labor, even rape as well. But instead, they're trying to juxtapose that relationship with social media. She's saying that, okay, on Sean Combs' birthday, he sexually assaulted her, but 2 or 3 days later, she's in a photo with Sean Combs on her own personal social media talking about the great times and how he's a mentor and all these other positive things. And the argument I think they're trying to make is, if this person was so horrible to you, why are you doing this? Now, of course, we've heard from Dr. Hughes, a sex trauma expert, that explains some of this, but they're still trying to make the argument of maybe it didn't happen or it didn't happen the way you're articulating based on your social media and your reaction thereafter.
And Brian, you've been inside the courtroom. What has this former assistant's temperament been like as she faces very difficult questions?
I would say for 95% of it, meek, timid, small, both in the way that she presents herself. Oftentimes, even when she's speaking in direct examination, she's looking straight down, never really looking at the people that's asking her questions. The other 5% of the time I think is somewhat interesting is when she reads some of those text messages, especially text messages between friends like D-Rock, one of Sean Combs' assistant. She gets a little bubbly, I think, remembering some of the good times, because throughout her testimony she said, when the highs are high, they were great. But when the lows were lows, it was very difficult, and those lows are what these allegations are stemming from.
And there is so much more to be seen in that case. But Brian, we want to ask you about another high-profile case on our radar, and that is the Karen Reed trial. She's accused of killing her then police officer boyfriend back in 2022. She's pleaded not guilty of that trial. Now in the hands of the defense, what kind of testimony could we be in for? And if I'm not mistaken, it's the defense that has a former juror from her first trial working with them, right?
That was right, because
Let me ask y'all, could you hear it? Terry said yes. Oh, they getting ready to talk about other people too. I don't want to hear no other people. If they keep talking about other people, I got to go. I'm sorry, guys. No, I'm not going nowhere.
That was a hung jury, a little bit of an argument as to whether or not they decided not guilty on some, but still facing all of the trial.
Okay, that's enough of whoever she is. Okay, that's enough. That's enough of whoever she is. All right. I didn't come here to hear about some other person. All right. But at least we heard about that's enough of that person. All right. Oh, Lord, I tell you, the things that they putting you through, the things that they put you through. Let me just do this here right quick. I keep track of everything. So that information is going to be down in my description box, in case you all want to go back and look at any videos from the source that I've been using. Y'all can go back and see it. All right. Because I always put it below my video in the description box. All right. So let's move on. Let's move on. Let me take a peek. Let's take a peek and make sure there's nothing going on the in front of the courthouse. Like I told you, we're going to be watching throughout the day. Y'all can see what's going on so far. Somebody talking about the immunity order. Did you receive a subpoena to testify at this trial? This is Mr. Garcia. Let's have Mr. Garcia. Did you receive Mr. Garcia? Who is that? Maybe that come back up. Let me get This is in front of the courthouse, guys. Okay, that's in front of the courthouse. We're gonna while I get other stuff up for you. Oh Lord, let me this mouse here. Okay, while I get other stuff up for you and everything. Yeah, trying to take my medicine this morning. Okay, let me get some ooh, almost dropped my phone. Okay, let me see what else we got here. I got a lot of stuff in store for y'all. We'll be going over the I can't deal with this shirt. This hoodie, this sweat top, I mean. I really can't. It's running me crazy. It won't stay up on me like it's supposed to. Okay, I'm trying to see who all what outlets are live right now. I got it going on. Well, I see a lot of them. Let me see which one. CNN is live. USA Today is live. Everybody's live. Let me see. We're gonna see which one got it going on popping for us. Okay. I just pull it up this way, CNN. I'll go back and do it the other way so we can pull it up. Y'all have to excuse me. I should get some smaller, do like most people, because I wouldn't have to be looking off so far away. Because I tell you, this keeps me looking all across the room. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. Okay. All right, guys. Okay. Oh my gosh. This video is startling that I see. We ain't gonna say what it is, because that's just madness right there. That's just madness. Ooh. Okay. Now we see who all is live. Ooh. Mm. Ooh, Lord. I'm just looking over everything. Guys, while I'm trying to see what outlet, because what I try to do, I'll go with one of the major news outlets that's live and everything. That's what I try to do. So I'm just going through them, seeing how long each one of them been live and stuff, so we can get into one of them right quick. But until I go ahead and do that, what I'm going to do is pull up some stuff I already have set waiting for us. We'll go over some docs in a little bit. Okay? In a little bit. But I want to, if I can find that, let me do it this way. Just give me 1 second, guys. You know I don't do it. need to get my other mouse. I'm working on a mouse that I don't even like. My husband actually had to go get this because my other mouse and stuff is not, is away. They're on a vacation all by themselves, and we need to go get them. I got my pink one. It's big. It's a big hand pink one, like a gaming mouse. And then I got my black one that I use. But this one here, we just had to go get one because he tried to give me one until we have a chance to go get my other ones. But I said, no, I can't use that. Go get me one. That's pink, because it wasn't pink. It was some funky color black, and I don't know. It was my vibe. I got to have something that, and this is still not my vibe because it's got blue in it. But we're gonna work with what I got. Let me see. What is it? Not here. Y'all got to excuse me. Pinkie is looking for something, and I'm not finding it. And this is pissing me off. That's not it. Let me ask y'all a question while we're doing this. Have y'all ever thought about Bernie Mac? Bernie Mac. Remember him? He was a comedian that's no longer here. Bernie Mac. Think about it. He always dropped secrets. Not secrets. Yeah, secrets, but he never went into names. He died of pneumonia. Did y'all know that? He died of pneumonia. Have y'all ever noticed a lot of people die of pneumonia? I better leave that pneumonia stuff alone. Wait now. What's getting ready to go on? Let me see what they're doing. This is live. This is a live video. It's not muted. See, it's not muted. I wonder what's going on. But yeah, Bernie Mac died of pneumonia. But he always would be telling us stuff. He always say stuff in interviews. When he would do his stand-up live shows or stand-ups on stage and stuff, he would drop little nuggets for the audience or people. He would drop them nuggets, and he never would name names, but he always would drop a nugget. And he was under that, and he had just a handful of people, not even a handful. So I'm going to drop some of these fingers. Some of these fingers going to start dropping. Only a handful of people that he feared. He didn't fear him like, boom, boom, you're going to beat me up or something like that. No. Or that you can whoop my butt. No. He didn't fear them like that. He feared them like, you're powerful. You can break my career. You can take everything away from me. Like that. You can have me blackballed at a phone call. Just like that. Because of all the hard stuff that he worked for, taken all away from me. But also we're going to go over some paperwork, this here. Okay. We're going to go over this is we're going to look back at this here. Let me put this out. Let me just show you guys. We're going to look back at this here. Okay. It's only 14 pages, but out of these 14 pages, I am not going to be reading them. 13, 14, yes, 14 pages. But I'm not going to be reading through this whole thing. No, we're going to pick out just certain things that we need to go over. Okay, so we're going to look over this in a little bit. Okay, so we're going to look over that in a little bit. All right, but until we look over that, and this is live, so they're out to lunch. They are out to lunch. That's why you see nothing but the Dippler. Okay, that's why you see his face. When I say his face, I mean that because they're out to lunch. So that's why you see that. All right. So while they're out to lunch, what I can do is I do want, and I wish I had. Last week we had several people that testified last week. We had, let me see, can I pull up their names, that the ones that did testify. I did have a sheet with all the people that testified. Let me see, did I okay, no. Okay, so since we're waiting, let me pull it up live, right? Something is going on.
Special courtroom live show as we cover the Sean Combs case, the criminal case at federal court in New York. I'm Jesse Weber. This is our lunchtime show where we're taking more.
I love Jesse.
About today's testimony, but anything that has happened so far in this case. There's a lot to break down in what's happening today specifically. So we have alleged victim number 4 on the stand in this racketeering, sex trafficking, prostitution case. This is somebody named Mia, using a pseudonym.
So she's still testifying.
Sean Combs, that she was abused by him in the past, that she was sexually assaulted by him, and yet today is a continuation of the cross-examination by Sean Combs' defense counsel, Brian Steele. Really questioning her about her resume, past messages she sent to Sean Combs, a lawsuit against Sean Combs when she worked with prosecutors, really going to the heart of her credibility. So I want to get now a first-hand perspective of this testimony and this cross-examination from Elizabeth Milner, Law&Crime's reporter who's been in that courtroom every single day of testimony, including today. Elizabeth, so good to see you. I want you to lay out for us what the cross-examination looked like. But before we even do that, there's one thing I want to get to specifically. There was a large back and forth last week regarding a video. It might have been a happy birthday video that was going to come into evidence, that wasn't going to come into evidence, the back and forth between the prosecution and the defense that, the defense says, oh, we just saw this video, we just got it. The prosecution, I think, was, raised an objection that you didn't give us advance notice of this. And it goes to the heart of her credibility, the way she's speaking in this video. Real quick, before we move on to the rest of the cross-examination, what is that video I'm talking about? And it was admitted into evidence today, right?
Yeah, definitely was admitted into evidence. Talking about the video, they were making it seem like Mia had gotten all these different happy birthday messages from not only herself, but also from loved ones of Diddy too. So I was thinking that it'd be kind of a compilation of just maybe some famous faces, those who are close to Diddy, all saying happy birthday. But for this video that we saw in court specifically, it was a present for Diddy's 44th birthday, and you can see Mia on camera. And it was interesting too because the video that we saw in the gallery, it wasn't Mia's face blurred out. We really saw her her actual face as we do while we're inside that courtroom. But as far as what she's saying on this video, she's applying lip gloss on this video, kind of getting ready for the camera, and then she calls Diddy things along the lines of he's a big inspiration. She blows a kiss to the camera and pretty much just says happy birthday to him. And so I think, yeah, to your point, Jesse, the defense is trying to have this video in because they say this is Mia's true demeanor. They say what she presented herself in, or presented herself on, as far as direct testimony goes, isn't her true self, that she's kind of playing it up for the jury. But they wanted to introduce this video in pretty badly in order to kind of show that this is the real and true Mia, which is interesting too, because I think even as she's reading her text message she sends either to Diddy or somebody else, that she's kind of saying it in her true voice. She's not kind of speaking in like a meek, soft toned kind of speech or anything. But for the most part, it was something that the defense definitely wanted in, and they were able to get that video in today.
Yeah, and I know there was a whole back and forth last week about, like you said, her affect. Is she really testifying in her true voice? But other than just the substance of it, why are you wishing a happy birthday to a man that tormented you and abused you? Now, she claims sexually assaulted her. So I now want to go into the continuation of this cross-examination. There was a lot that was brought up. Everything from her resume, was she a strong leader who could speak up for herself, past messages she sent to Sean Combs, the lawsuit that she filed against him, when she decided to work with prosecutors. Because I think the central theme is that she's only going after Sean Combs for what? Money? So talk to us about what was the substance of the cross-examination today.
Well, the substance of it overall, to your point, Jesse, was kind of all over the place. We were hearing about her resume. We were seeing a bunch of text messages. We were seeing a bunch of I would say, a bunch of photos too. But even as far as just the start of it this morning, Mia still kind of presents herself in the same way, keeping her head down while she walks to the witness stand, just walks directly to the witness stand, doesn't make a look at the defense, doesn't look at us in the press, none of that. She just walks to the witness stand, sits down, and then the jury's brought in, and then they continue with her cross-examination. But even for the most part, while Brian still was continuing her cross-examination, he doesn't do things like other defense attorneys we've seen do. He doesn't say, hello, good morning, how is you? He didn't do any of that. He really just kind of got right into the exhibit, and then there was kind of an issue on whether or not this exhibit should be shown, and it was just like it seemed like it was taking a little bit forever for these things to pretty much get started this morning. But she was asked this morning, where did you attend university? Where did you go to college? What was your GPA? So after your study abroad, you were an assistant to somebody, and Mia's responding yes to all of this. And then they bring up her resume. They literally showed her resume, obviously not with her real name or anything like that, but of course with Mia written on it. And I was just like, where is this going as far as why they're bringing up a resume that she did after she completed college and probably when she was applying for this job? Why are they bringing this into evidence? And so they talked about how in her specific bullet points under the descriptions for her job, how she catered to celebrity clients and always addressed their studio needs and kept inventory of all personal possessions, documentation, including passports. So they kind of brought it back to her direct testimony where she was explaining how she was trying to escape Diddy and how Diddy had kept hold of her passport. But Brian still asked her, when you said your passport was being held, that wasn't just your passport, it was everybody's passport. And Mia responded, yes. Mia was asked, you take on responsibility. She said, true. You're a leader. She said, she kind of is pausing before she's answering this question, which I thought was pretty interesting because she was like, I don't know how you can really answer that. And then Brian still says, but you tell others to speak up for themselves. Mia says yes. Then we see an exhibit, kind of a zoomed in portion of Mia's resume, how she speaks 4 languages, how she has thick skin. And so I think what Brian Steele in the defense was trying to do was kind of use her resume in a way against her, where it's like, okay, you say you have thick skin, you say you can work these long hours without feeling overworked, and you say that you're this team player and team leader. And so then the defense kind of passes out those binders again with all the exhibits. And so we see Mia recognizing her text message. So those were moved into evidence. So we see text messages from Mia to Diddy first in December 27th of 2018. So this was after Mia was no longer working for Combs Enterprise. Mia says, Merry Christmas. I love you so, so much. Diddy said, same to you. And he responded and sent that message 2 days after Mia sent her initial message. Then a week later, Mia says, Happy New Year's. Then we see another text exhibit of a message from Mia. This text was also after Mia left the job, where she said, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here, that she had a nightmare that she was trapped in an elevator with R. Kelly and that you came to my rescue. And the you she's referring to is obviously Diddy. And then Brian still asked, so you told the jury that this person who terrorized you, caused you PTSD, was the person who came to your rescue. And there was an objection. It was sustained. Then we see another text exhibit, this one from March 8th of 2019. Mia's telling Diddy, sending you all the love in the world, heart emoji, and then the defense is saying you weren't under Mr. Combs's spell then, and she was like, "Well, I was. It was psychological. It was because Kim had just passed away. I felt horrible." And Brian still is like, "Ma'am, this death happened 5 months earlier," and she says, "Yes. Why did you continue reaching out?" And so that was kind of the gist of where we were going with it. We saw more text exhibits from March 8th. We saw, or excuse me, not this past March 8th, but we saw text exhibits from March.
Is that a picture of somebody having a baby? Did y'all see that? Was that a picture of somebody laying on the table? You can still see the two people in front on the table in that little sketch drawing of a computer monitor. The blue person, the person in blue, I guess supposed to be the doctor, and the other person supposed to be a man. But it was looking like a lady is having a baby. Am I just seeing this, or I wonder what that got to do? Okay, isn't that something?
Of 2018 or 2019, I believe. We saw a text from New Year's Eve from 2019 from Mia to Diddy. We saw another text May 14th of 2020, a text to Diddy 3 years after Mia.
Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Look, man is holding on that screen that little monitor drawing. A lady having a baby. The doctor's pulling the baby out. The man in the other, what is that, purple, or that other sketch picture is holding the lady's hand. I wonder who is that having a baby. They've got the sketch of.
Something along the lines of, "Puff, my heart is broken about Dre. You are one of the most influential people. I know it's excruciating. I will always be there." We see another message from Mia to Diddy about Chadwick Boseman's death. Then it just seems like they were just kind of going over text after text after text. And then Mia is asked, "You had the capability of carrying around the phone with you. Did you have any recordings of Mr. Combs berating you?" And Mia responds, "No, he wouldn't allow it." "Do you have any texts with family or friends about what Mr. Combs put you through?" "No, it was all kept a secret." And I felt like the line of questioning was kind of hard to watch at points, right? Because this is alleged victim number 4. This is also, a victim who had talked about how she was sexually abused, sexually assaulted by her boss. But it seems like, from the defense's perspective, that this didn't even happen, because Brian still would say something along the lines of the supposed sexual assault, or "This didn't happen to you, you made all of this up." It was really just that intensive of questioning, or that intensive questioning, I should say. Then we saw an exhibit photo, a text from August 29th of 2020. Mia saying, "Life is effing insane. It happens for a reason that I've been tapping into spirituality." Mia's asked, "Do you have any random notes about you being brutalized by Mr. Combs?" And she says, "I don't believe so." She's asked, "Do you have any notes that Mr. Combs was violent towards you and unprofessional towards you?" She said, "No." "Did you write in your notes today that Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you?" Mia wrote, "No." "You sent these messages, and the Me Too movement was strong for 2.5 years, and these messages were sent in 2020. Why didn't you respond, or that you remembered all the bad times that you had with Mr. Combs? Is it because it's not true?" And Mia said, "I didn't lie in this courtroom. Everything that I said is true." And again, it was a little harsh to kind of watch, because again, it just seemed like, from the defense's perspective, that they were really kind of painting Mia out to be this liar, that she made things up, that Mr. Combs or Diddy never sexually assaulted her, that these events didn't happen, because why is she sending these text messages saying "love you" and "happy New Year's," "happy Merry Christmas," and just sending him good wishes even after the fact? And so Mia is asked constantly, "Why didn't you say that Mr. Combs bamboozled you?" And Mia responds, "I was still brainwashed." Steele asks, "What does brainwash mean?" And Mia says, "I was in an environment where highs were high. I would try so."
What she said, she was still brainwashed. Woo! Thank you, Mia, for letting them know you was brainwashed. Like all the others, brainwashed. He brainwashed everybody, allegedly, in my opinion. Thank you for finally speaking up.
Hard to get back into that good space. I felt like I had done something horrific by going to mediation, like I did something wrong. I was constantly seeking his approval. He was a constant authority figure, the only authority figure that I guess she had had. And so it to me, and again, Jesse, you know, we cover these types of cases all the time in Law&Crime about why victims don't come forward. And I felt like watching this cross-examination, it felt like this is the exact reason why victims don't come forward. Brian Steele was, quite frankly, very harsh with her, and I think even the government was kind of pointing it out too, because there were some arguments outside of the presence of the jury where
I'm glad she's saying that. I think he was very harsh too. You can't tell a victim why they didn't do this and why they didn't do that. You should be thankful that they did do something. But I know that's his job, is to paint her out to be a liar. Okay? But it also makes people see him as, I can't not believe what you're doing. You know, he's not going to win any brownie points for this, except for the defense team
the government accused Brian
and the
Steele
defendant.
of being sarcastic with her. The judge didn't necessarily see it that way, but I think other people who were in the gallery, maybe not per se the jurors or anything like that, but really we're seeing just kind of like how much is enough when it comes to just questioning an alleged victim about whether things had actually happened. And so it just seemed like it just kept going in and on to the point they were just throwing her old photos at her old texts at her. And I was just kind of like, we're still not at the end of it just yet.
Well, let me ask you a question. I heard a rumor that the jurors are responding quite well to Brian Steele, the way he's been cross-examining these witnesses, including alleged victim number 4, Mia. From what you could tell, how were they responding to this cross?
Yeah, so I did hear kind of the same thing on Friday, where some jurors, yes, were responding kind of well to the defense. But I will say, even today goes, I've heard other reports saying that you could see the jurors yawning and probably, like the rest of us, probably wondering, okay, where is this going? But I know I saw one comment that was like, we need to get Elizabeth kind of seated on a better side where she could see the jury. But unfortunately, still on the same side where I can only see half of their faces. But to me, it was just kind of the same of what I was seeing kind of from where I am inside that courtroom of just the jurors taking their notes. So I'm not seeing if they're laughing along or yawning or anything like that. But I have heard from other people who do have a better view of the jury that, you know, they seem like, okay, where are we going with this? How much longer is this witness going to be on the stand? And kind of just all taking it in, everything that's going on with the cross.
Well, there is a lot more that's going to be happening with this cross, and also probably redirect. And I want you to have a great seat in the courtroom. So right now, I know your time is limited. Elizabeth, you're going to go back into the courtroom, report to us later up on sidebar. We'll do a full
Yes, Elizabeth.
Today's events. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Great.
But as you know, we're going to continue the conversation. We're going to take your questions regarding this testimony, regarding the cross-examination, regarding the case in general. So submit your questions on YouTube. We'll get them up here. We'll answer them for the next hour. I'm here with Alexis Rosenberg, trial attorney, federal litigator. I'm also here with Joe Richardson, civil rights attorney. Maybe we don't have Joe. Hopefully we get Joe. And I'm also here with Melba Pearson, civil rights and criminal law attorney, former prosecutor. Great to have you here. Joe will get it later. Okay, so I'm made of questions right now because we have a lot of people who are commenting on this cross-examination. Let me go to the first question that we had coming in here. Okay, we'll start with the video. So Melba, you heard that video, that happy birthday video that apparently came in very consistent with what the defense is doing, trying to question her credibility about her allegations. This is from Never Be. Do you think that the video was... do you think the video was as big of a deal as defense made it to be? Appears to be her getting a shout out for birthday.
Now, let me just say this, guys. A lot of those they had on Friday where they were showing this and a lot of other stuff on Friday. And they had to go, the jury had to step out while they go up to the bench, right? Talk with the judge. Because somebody had put out a lot of this stuff, okay? But also, there was a situation that went on where somebody allegedly put out a video of who Mia really is. And it's been shopped around over social media or whatever. But anyway, her identity. And her identity is supposed to be kept private due to fear of, but anyway, her protection. She's under her identity is supposed to be kept private. Okay. No one's supposed to know who she is due to fear and everything. So, in not, let me I got it written down. I actually wrote it down so I won't forget today. I was writing notes down because I know in the morning when I wake up, I may not remember half of the stuff. But anyway, okay, let me see. Do I have it right? Mia. Okay, here it is. The reason why she's able to go on under a pseudonym is because she have no pending lawsuits for one, and she's got to use Mia because she's been alleged of the sex abuse, allegations. So because of that, she is able to go under a pseudonym. And like some of the other people, not everybody can. And but she is allowed to use Mia as her name on for this case and everything. And also because what she really should have, to me, they should have focused more on the forced labor for her, because anybody know, and they brought it up during that little giving us an update on what's going on in the jury, is because they should have make sure they focus on forced labor. The reason why I say forced labor is because all of them have testified that they work 7 days a week, all day, every day, no sleep at all. It's like somebody working 7 days a week, no holidays off, no birthdays off, no funerals off, no nothing off. You just work every day, no matter when it is. You work during your sleep. You work during when you work during the time you're walking, eating, sleeping, going to the bathroom, no matter what you're doing, taking a shower, you're working. And little pay. You're working 10 and 12 jobs under one title with no extra pay. You're working for little pay. You're working under harsh environments and everything. And we're going to look up that word for you all, but not right now, what forced labor is. Also, so we're going to talk about that. And I think she was laid off back in 2017, I want to say. I have to make sure I looked that up, 2017 or something like that. But I think she did a great job all last week. And I think she's still holding up, although she got the defense attorney from I tried. Yeah, I know who I'm talking about. Let's go ahead.
And the film they were working on, in my opinion, it's nothing. Is it nothing, Nava?
Yeah, so good afternoon, and always great to be on. And yeah, I agree. It's a bit of nothing, because again, the defense has been consistently saying, here's another social media post where you shouted out Diddy. Here's another email or text message where you said something positive to him. So there comes a point where the jury gets the point, and now you're beating a dead horse. And when you get to that point, you start to lose points with the jury, because they're like, all right, we got it.
Yes, you do.
The next thing, you're literally making us stay longer because you keep pounding away at the same point. So I think he already made his point 10 different ways from sunrise, with all the different text messages and social media posts and all that. The video is nothing new, doesn't add anything more to what's already inside.
See, but here's the thing, Alexis, this is not a clean case for the prosecution, right? I know how they're building it up towards racketeering. I know how they're building it up for sex trafficking. They need the jury to believe these key alleged victims, and to have text messages or videos or other witness testimony saying, why didn't they step away? Why were they praising Sean Combs? As Elizabeth reported, there was testimony earlier. There's a lot of different factors.
Let me do something, guys, for a moment. They are beating an unalive horse or horse. Because sometimes you can only say something so many times before you start the jury start getting to the point, okay, yeah, y'all be beating this horse to the point of no recognition. All right? Y'all beating this horse to the horse can't stand up no more. It's time to stop it. Time to move on. They're getting bored. If you spoke of one email, you spoke of all of them. If she's saying the same thing this year, from last year, the year after that, and year after that, the same thing, it's because a lot of times when you are a victim, you that's a way you stay safe. You have to, and a lot of times, people that been in this situation, things like that happen to, they understand. You may have to be around that family member, that same family member that allegedly SA you, and you told everybody, and they don't believe you. So you, or even if you didn't tell nobody, but you still got to still be around that person every time, family reunions, holidays, and you have to just push it out of your mind and just block it out, put it in a compartment box, and just say that's there, and move on. Move on. Whether that person done it to you several times, or one time, or every time they at your parents' house, or you just got to push it out, put it in another box, and move on with your life. Try to be as normal as possible, but you know what's going on, and you know how you feel inside, and you know what this person did to you, and that person knows what he did to you. I just feel for her.
With people who abuse them and praise them, maintain a relationship and will have consensual sex with them, but it makes it not a clean case for the prosecution. The defense is exploiting it as they should. As they should. I mean, that's their job to say there are question marks here. And I wonder, is it a question mark that's going to be enough to raise reasonable doubt about whether or not any of this happened, or whether or not there were willing participants, whether it's consensual, whether or not this was a criminal enterprise? Alexis, I think this is a concern for the prosecution.
I think it's a huge concern. I think from a defense strategy, it was excellent. It was an excellent play. They needed to show, and that video did that she's not this wallflower, this weak person, that's really, and what Brian Steele was doing, and by the way, he's an excellent attorney, was showing that her credibility, attacking her credibility, that she's not this weak person. Look at this video, because the text messages don't necessarily show that. That video nails that down. But there is a big question, even though we have, that this isn't inconsistent with the battered woman syndrome or someone who's been abused, the reaction. However, to a juror, why, years later, when she was out of the web, in essence, is she still sending these reassuring, happy texts and videos? Why is that? Is this really a show? Did she make this up?
So now we have Joe Richardson with us, civil rights attorney, to join the conversation. Joe, great to have you here. Let me throw another question in, because a lot of people have questions about this. This is a question from P Smart. Is this all accumulative, or can you see more than one point they are trying to prove? So I think the question is, from the cross-examination of Mia, is it just, oh, she can't be believed, or are they using this to build a more general defense? Maybe it strikes the credibility of Cassandra McFerrin. Maybe it strikes at the heart of the prosecution's case and how they're bringing these charges. I think they're very selective and very strategic in what they're questioning Mia about, and maybe it goes to a larger point of their defense. What do you think?
Yeah, probably so. Good to be with you, Jesse, and everyone else. Hello, happy Monday. Yeah, I mean, you're not trying to undermine Mia and leave leave everyone else intact. Leave the other witnesses where things really started to get going last week, as it pertains to really demonstrating some things that look like crime, and leave them intact. You want to cast doubt over this entire thing, including the notion that perhaps with the point that's been made, criminal conspiracy, racketeering, we know that he's a woman beater, etc. But maybe this is a little bit of a square peg in a round hole. Maybe this isn't a criminal enterprise at all, particularly when, just like with everyone else, you got Mia saying things that are very positive about P. Diddy. You got Mia saying things that are positive about him once she's not working for him anymore. Well, is he still influencing her, or was it possibly true, the positive things that she had to say? So yeah, I think you're taking a knack at the whole situation here. So it's to say, here are a lot of people that were voluntarily in situations that weren't ideal, and they don't amount to a criminal conspiracy.
Well, let me tell you this. We had a question from John.
Let me just say this, guys. A lot of times, you got to look at being in that industry. Okay, being in the music industry, there's not many big companies or labels or things that you can do because everybody knows everybody. If she gets on the stand, or if she in the past start saying bad things, she's going to get blackballed. So if she's working a similar job or for someone else in this industry, all happens is one phone call, she's done. She would probably never work again. Okay? Unless you're going to go to the grocery store, or unless you go to a totally different industry where they don't care about nobody like the Diddler or what he got to say. You see what I'm saying? So if she's doing similar job for somebody else, all he do just make one phone call. So she still have to show face, like, I'm still cool with you. I'm still good with you. She still have to show that up front, because she don't want to get blackballed, although she is not working for him. You still got to show it. You got to. Otherwise, a lot of people that didn't show it, where are they? Are they still standing? Do this? You ask, what happened? Remember how I always ask, what happened to so and so? I'm not going to say his name because he already said don't say his name. Not to me, but I heard he said don't say his name. Keep his name out of it. So I am not saying his name. But he could put a lot of pieces to this. He knows. I bet you know so much, in my opinion. But that's just my opinion.
A question to me from a criminal defense attorney's point of view, has prosecution proven any RICO to date? I'm going to give you.
And this is live, guys. Sorry about pausing.
They still have more of a case. They want to really solidify it to the top charge. Harry's life in prison. But if you think about it, first of all, they have to establish it was criminal enterprise. And you have the assistants testifying that this was Sean Combs' kingdom. Everybody there was disturbed. We had assistants cleaning up the hotel rooms, setting up the hotel rooms, and you accept this that the hotel rooms were crime scenes, right? Free bosses for worst sexual episodes that happened in all different locations and all different hotel rooms. Now you're having a criminal enterprise of assistants and staff and bodyguards that are moving together. People who are observing this alleged abuse, particularly if Cassandra Ventura, alleged victim number one, where it's said we have to prove that force, fraud, coercion was used to induce her to engage in these free boss, and these assistants do nothing, that they allegedly just allow it to happen. I think that helps when you have Kid Cudi testify that his car was blown up. Arson, one of the underlying crimes of racketeering. Needs to prove at least two underlying predicate crimes. So arson there. When you have his testimony, and Capricorn Clark, another assistant, say that, Combs kidnapped her using a gun.
That's racketeering.
One of the underlying crimes. That drugs were purchased on Combs' behalf, were cured on his behalf, and that he had given drugs to people. Drug trafficking was also one of the underlying alleged crimes.
That's three.
Bribery, right? The whole 2016.
That's four.
One of the hotel workers for the surveillance picture, stay quiet, right? That's bribery. You had a witness testify last week that she was reached out to by one of Sean Combs' security guards, and that he reached out to her in 2024, maybe in a way to make sure she doesn't come forward. Can that be intimidating a witness for bribery, for racketeering purposes? And forced labor, right? The assistants who said they were forced to work all these different hours and a constant threat, intimidation, blackmail. You have Mia saying she was sexually assaulted as his assistant. So, no, but for me, I think that they've done it. Now, have they proven it? Beyond reasonable doubt. What does the jury think? I can't say that. But I see the building blocks, and I see how they're going to articulate it in a closing argument. Do you disagree or agree?
I fully wholeheartedly agree with you, Jessica, because I believe the prosecution is doing the building blocks, and they have to tie it all and put a beautiful bow on it in closing arguments. And I think because it seems kind of disjointed, like you have one witness talking about labor aspects, and then you have the forensic person coming on, and then you have somebody else with a video, and then, it's not as linear as people would want. So I think that's why a lot of folks are having trouble putting this all together. And also, I think, honestly, people don't really understand RICO. And I don't mean that in a mean way, but just from the perspective of many times when we hear RICO, we think wrong. And so we're not thinking of it in the context of a music mogul who has been in our, iPhones and our playlists for so many years. We're not thinking of that as a criminal enterprise. You're not thinking, oh, he's running drugs, or he's basically the El Chapo of the music industry, right? So I think it's hard for people to kind of get their minds around it, but this is going to be a case where closing argument is going to be critical for the prosecution in terms of bringing all these elements together and breaking it down for the jury as to why this is.
They need to sell the fact that he is a mafia boss. And so the more that they talk about this repeated pattern of abusing women, not just Cassandra Ventura, but his assistants and other alleged victims, dangling somebody over a balcony, blowing up a car, breaking into Kid Cudi's house, that's how they sell that narrative. Agree or disagree? Okay, question from Lisa5472. Jesse Weber question. Doesn't attacking an SA victim, so a sexual assault victim, look bad to the jury? Why would Steele find it okay to berate Mia? In my opinion, that is overkill by Steele. But I'm going to share this question. I'm going to give it to Alexis. Is it inappropriate for him to do? Is it going to turn the jury off watching him the way he's questioning Mia?
So inappropriate, no. But it is a very good question whether it's going to turn the jury off. I think you got to fill that out. When you go in as an attorney, you really have to feel out how the jury, how hard you can go at a witness, and how the jury may. They may go and say he was re-attacking her, re-traumatizing her, and that they want to protect her. And if they get that feeling, then they're going to lean towards her credibility and moving what she's saying, or it can turn. So it is risky, it's very risky, and interestingly enough, to have a male attorney, it would have been better, in my opinion, if we were going to go at Mia so hard, to potentially have a female attorney, because remember, it's a sexual assault by a man.
Yeah.
And then they got a man.
The other way of looking at it is if we take the
Going
rumor
after
is true that the jury is responding quite well to Brian Steele's cross-examination of the witnesses, they may say, you're up, they're responding to you. I will say this. This is a great question we just got in from Adriana Cesura. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing your last name, sir. If they're questioning each witness's credibility, why don't they answer why would all the witnesses lie? They do not get anything personally from a federal case, so why would 15 plus people lie? Joe, that's a good question. We're in the Karen Reed lunchtime hour. The defense would say, oh, because you have this whole network of people who are covering up their involvement in the crime. Of course, they're all going to lie to protect each other. That's become a question. Maybe the juries have to say that. Every one of these alleged victims and witnesses and assistants, they're all lying because they all hate Sean Combs, they all want money. Is it not believable? Is it not digestible for the jury?
I would say this. Nobody wants this kind of attention. No, nobody wants the mark of their existence to be that they testified in a Diddy trial in a situation where this is somebody that at one point you were scared of. But it does kind of remind each and every one of us the whole idea that they're charging him with conspiracy, but charging no co-conspirators at all. And theoretically, any of these people, depending on the position that they were in, could have theoretically been a co-conspirator because they helped move the criminal enterprise along. So I would not be shocked if there were not discussions that, were perhaps dealt rather directly. Hey, we're trying to figure out who we're going to prosecute, and based on X, Y, or Z, you could be somebody who's prosecuted as well. However, why don't you just let us know what's what, agree to testify, and that will never be a problem. So that's a real question. Sometimes people say, oh, is that a fair question? It doesn't matter if it's a fair question. Is it a real question? Is it a real question that somebody can stand back and say, why would all of these people testify against these guys, this guy, under these particular circumstances? And you have to deal with that because, among other things, the jury might be thinking about it. The jury's thinking about the motivation, right? I believe Capricorn Carter, she didn't sue for sexual assault, even though she was accused of, hey, you really liked it, didn't you, whatever else. But there was a lawsuit for something else. There was a lawsuit related to the employment issues. So you're thinking about a lot of the WHY as to each of these people testifying, because you're going to use that to butt that up against credibility to see whether or not their credibility passes metal in light of what may have motivated them to be there. So a jury's going to deal with it, and I think that's why it's a good question for anybody else.
A couple of follow-up points on that. Number one, first I want to let everybody know that as we're taking your questions, these are phenomenal questions, we're going to keep them coming. As soon as they go back live with testimony, we are going to report it here in real time and break down the questioning in real time and the significance in real time. So stay with us as we do that. But also, number two, you mentioned questions that need to be asserted to these witnesses. No, but listen to this. This is from N-Lin DK. Why can't we send the prosecution questions for the redirect? Not saying they need help, but geez, go harder for the cross's misrepresentation. Do you think they are firm enough?
Yeah, I think they could have brought a little bit more fire. But sometimes, you've got to balance, right? Because again, they're in the room. So they can read the jury, they can read the judge, and those are very critical things that you have to pay attention to as a prosecutor. Because if, let's say, you want to push more, but your judge will cut you off, or you have a judge that's like, you get 3 or 4 redirect questions and that's it, you want to be mindful of that and not get yelled at in front of the jury, because that's not a good one, right? Because that impacts your credibility, which also impacts the case. Also, you've got to read the jury. If the redirect is right before it's time for everybody to go home, You still have to do what you need to do for the case, but you also have to be mindful that the jury is antsy and they may be mad and hold it against you that you held them longer for a question that they didn't think was sufficient. So, there may be some on-the-spot decisions that they're making, why they're strategically not going after certain things, or they know they can get that testimony out of a different witness coming up down the pike. So there could be a few things out there.
Hey, Alexis, from Other Side Green, if found not guilty, can Diddy countersue?
No, Diddy can't countersue if he's found not guilty. So I mean, this is I think what people are confused.
Why not? Why can't he sue the government? Why can't he sue the people testifying against him? What's the reason? Give us a legal lesson. Why that's not the case.
Okay, so first of all, there's immunity when you file things in court for the allegations that are contained in that legal document. So that's for starters. Secondly, if we're saying, I'm assuming that the question is with regard to maybe breach of the NDAs. So they've been ordered, subpoenaed to come testify. So that kind of throws out that NDA. So he can't sue them for that. Now, could he potentially sue them for something not related to this trial? Let's say that they had a breach of contract or something like that was outside of this testimony, which I'm assuming that the question is regarding almost like false allegations, a suit for that of sorts. Is what the question is about.
I'm glad he can't sue. The reason why I say that, guys, is because these people finally came forward to speak, okay, their truth and what the environment that they've been working under and living under. So if they think he's going to sue them, knowing the diddler, in my opinion, he'll do just that. Not that he... Think about what he did to Cassie's parents, mom and dad. These people don't have that money to pay him or to give to him, but he knowing that's a way to keep him under control too, he'll sue him so they can grovel back to him to drop the lawsuit. That's just my opinion. They don't need that threat over their head.
Okay, got a question here for you, Joe. Rel asks, will the government ask someone to testify if they didn't cooperate with them? It's an interesting question considering we still have that outstanding question of alleged victim number 3, Gina, whether she can show up to testify or not. Did a whole sidebar on that one. Check it out on YouTube. But what do you think? If the government asked somebody to testify if they didn't cooperate with them?
I think it would be very hard in that, if you need somebody to testify, you need them to testify, and therefore you call them as a hostile witness. But I think you'd also be concerned about what they would say, assuming that they couldn't take the fifth, right? Because it's somebody that could be potentially prosecuted or whatever.
That already happened with victim number 3, which is Gina. She was subpoenaed. She's supposed to be testifying and everything, allegedly, but she haven't showed up. She's gone missing. She doesn't return texts. She doesn't return calls. She doesn't return emails. No, nothing. It's like and the fear is that she was already gotten to. Let me see what I wrote down. She was gotten to by the diddler. And I wrote, in my opinion. That's why you don't see her. That's actually I wrote that down. Gina was gotten to by the diddler. Yeah, I say the word diddler. And I put in my opinion. That's why you don't see her. Because she said first she wanted to be known under a synonym. But then as the trial started, as soon as the trial started, then she said she doesn't need, she's going to use her given name. Now, where is she? She's gone. Nobody knows where she's at. She's supposed to testify a long time ago.
You're going to draw more beats with honey. And even if these people aren't crazy about the fact that this whole thing is going on, I think they do have a sense as it pertains to their witnesses or what they'll testify to and how they'll build their case based on that. If you fundamentally know that you have a witness that is called recalcitrant or is not going to testify, that does not want to testify, does not want to be there, and would testify potentially against your interest, somebody that didn't want to be there to the next level, they have to be very concerned about that because they've only called them if they absolutely positively needed it and couldn't prove their case without them, because ultimately they might end up losing more than they gain by this.
And that's why you feel like victim that testifies is very important. The credibility of one might affect the credibility of another, which is why we're seeing these questions coming in about Mia. By the way, we put a poll up on YouTube. Does Mia continuing to send affectionate messages to Sean affect your belief in her claims of abuse? 30% say yes, 49% say no, and not sure, need more content, 21%. I'm going to get your reaction to that in a minute, Melba, but before we do,
I look at it like this here. After this trial, while this trial is going on and after it's over, she doesn't have to send anything. She could have stopped sending them once he was locked up. But you got to remember, still, like some people want you to always talk about how much you love them, how much they did for you. You got to stroke their ego, whether they're a boss or not. Okay, so, but once she showed her face and everything, she doesn't have to worry about doing that no more. She don't have to worry about doing that no more. Whew, thank the Lord for that. All right.
Brian Steele is continuing to question Mia. Asks Mia, were you able to review over the break some of your interviews with prosecutors? Yes. And you didn't mention sexual abuse until June 2024. I don't remember the case. What do you make of that poll, Melba?
Well, hopefully that poll is reflected in what the jury is thinking. But again, if you're sitting in the courtroom and you're hearing all these horrors that this witness is testifying to, and she's breaking down and she's weeping, the jurors are able to assess her credibility because they're watching her body language, they're watching how she's testifying, they're watching how she's reacting to the prosecution, how she's reacting to the defense. So I think that this poll might be consistent with what people are saying because they're like, listen, this is somebody who's clearly distraught and clearly has gone through hell. And even if you take everything else out of it, just the type of boss he was and just the type of environment that people worked in, and you heard the same things consistently from whether it be the male personal assistant who came on before, whether you heard it from Capricorn Clark, and you kept hearing messages of the same thing. So I don't think that it really impacts her credibility, and I think this might be the same as what Joey's saying.
So really interesting question has come up. We have a couple of questions about Gina, alleged victim number 3, and there was a whole back and forth. I think it was 2 weeks ago when Mark Nicola, one of the defense attorneys, said she's not coming into the case. There's a whole that comes after that she had her attorney couldn't be contacted. Prosecution still seems to suggest that she's a part of the case. So we had a question from Soldier Boy. How many witnesses are left to testify? Any updates on witness number 3? I don't believe we had any.
Soldier Boy.
Number 3, and remember, we think this is an 8-week trial.
Did he just say Soldier Boy? That's what I thought I heard. Soldier Boy.
So we're a week before, we're like halfway there. But here's a question I'll throw to you, Alexis. This is from Jeannie Forever. Can or should they bring Gina's podcast interview as evidence? And just to give a little bit of context here, I believe what they're referring to is that Gina, this is based on reporting from the New York Times, Gina, if we believe she's alleged victim number 3, sat down for an interview in 2019 for a YouTube show called Unwind with Tasha K, claimed that Combs physically abused her, stomped her, punched her, very similar to this, what Sandy Ventura had testified to, that she was forced to have abortions, that she had texts and notes posts to corroborate her account. If that's what they're referring to and she doesn't testify, do they bring it in? Can they bring it in, Alexis, or no?
They'd have to have somebody present it to be able to present it. And I don't know, like, if you're saying that they just came across this in another media source, there are ways to bring that in if they need. I'm just not so sure if they want to go that route. It sounds like they already have a lot of witnesses that are pretty much, unfortunately, testifying to the exact same systematic abuse that they sustained. And as was previously brought up by one of the panel members, having a witness and explaining that witness is not there, and this was said, but having a witness that you're forcing to testify can really backfire. It can backfire. And I just do not think, even though there's a lot of focus on victim number 3, I don't think that the prosecution is going to need witness, victim number 3. I think that they're just, because the jury is hearing the same thing over and over again at this point.
Okay, we have an update from court. Brian Steele asks Mia, did you give all your materials to the government? Answer, I gave them to my lawyer. They gave them to the government. And then look at this one. Not exactly sure what it is. We'll find out. Question for you, Melba. This is from Anthony Rosato. Did the feds use RICO to go after Diddy's income? It would make sense to indict him on domestic violence and drug-related charges, but seems like they want his money also.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not getting that vibe, but maybe I'm missing something. But to me, this seems very much focused on the whole sex trafficking, the free cause. That seems to be the main avenue here. I don't know that there's any allegations that he's getting his money through illicit means. Again, it's pretty well documented that he's got bad boy productions. He's got all these albums that he's released and all of that. He's produced a bunch of people, so money's coming from that. So I don't know that there's a real nexus between his income and illegal activity. But what we are seeing a clear nexus of is his use of his influence and his companies to bully Cassie, to bully other members of staff, to harm other members of staff, things like that. The question is, does that rise to the level of sex trafficking as one of the charges, as well as RICO and, of course, prostitution? So I don't see a money angle here.
I'll give you another question. Okay, let me give you a different one. This is from RSS. Considering the violent nature of Combs' crimes, can victims possibly utilize the witness protection programs, or is it too hard due to fate?
That's
interesting questions, right?
Yeah, and I think, for instance, I think the feds have more of that ability to give people witness protection, again, because they have more money and they can obviously relocate people to different states. In the instance of Mia, now remember, we haven't seen her face. So if she needed witness protection, she could probably pretty easily be made available to that. Mm-hmm. But also there has to be a realistic threat. So were there threats on some of the witnesses that had been listed to testify? Did they receive, random emails or a random package at their doorstep saying don't testify? So there has to be, again, some nexus between an actual threat and the need for relocation. They don't just necessarily, you testified in this trial, therefore we're going to give you witness relocation. There has to be some active threat.
No, but you mentioned something interesting. And we have a question for Joe from Tia215 Aisha. Jesse, why is Mia's face out on the media? So look, what happened? I mean, it came out last week, seems to have come up again today. There is apparently this video of Mia where she's wishing Combs a happy birthday. It's being used in evidence. I talked about it with Elizabeth, that it was first. There was objections to coming to evidence, came out to evidence. It looks like it's circulating on social media. I'm not entirely sure who's talking.
Remember, I brought that up earlier during the live. There's a video. Her face or her name and everything has been shown on social media. So, although she's supposed to be kept private, her name and her face and everything kept under protection and private. But I think somebody, like I said, I think it was it last night or this morning that I mentioned that, I don't know, I think that was last night. But anyway, her information is supposed to be kept private, and I think it's somebody in the courtroom, just in my opinion, probably leaked that information. Just my opinion.
Publishing it, or who made, or in what capacity. But I've seen a video of it. If this is really her, I see her face. How is it allowed that this would be circulated, Joe? Because again, the courtroom sketches, her face is blurred. I mean, if we want to put them up, we can do it. She's using a pseudonym. I think there's an issue about this. Is there any way that the media would be allowed, or any outlets would be allowed, to show this, if it is a piece of evidence, but to show the unredacted version of it, where you see her face and not the blurred out version of her face? I'm not sure I quite understand how that would be possible, Joe.
Well, theoretically, her face is not supposed to be released. This is one part of this why she's under pseudonym and everything else. That she's supposed to be protected. That being said, once the cat's out the bag, the cat's out the bag. So it's a separate question as to whether or not it's happening versus the notion that it actually is, right? So once it's out there and this is her face, it's speculated to be her face, maybe it is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I could do everything that I want to do to try to undo that, but how do you unring up that, right? So there is a question as to how this got out, right? And that's something that they're going to have to deal with, but that's separate to the notion that it got out. This is not, you're talking about public and public opinion, et cetera. The judge doesn't get to tell the public all 200 million of you just act like you never saw it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like the judge can tell the 12 jurors, hey, disregard the comment that it was his name, disregard this or that and the other, just said her real name, whatever it is it might be. So, you can't really unring a bell. And so maybe it shouldn't be out there. Presumably it wasn't supposed to be out there. But that being said, somehow we have it right. What we see is what we think we see. Then it did get out there, and now she has to deal with it from that standpoint. It doesn't necessarily affect anything going on within the four walls of the court, unless, of course, she somehow feels her safety is more endangered, et cetera, because it's out there. If she's heard something about that, but I don't even know that that's necessarily in her spectrum.
Alexis, we have an update from court. So Brian Steele, Sean Combs' defense counsel, one of many, is obviously cross-examining Mia. Says, in these notes, did you raise sexual abuse to the prosecutors? There's an objection of improper refreshment. It's overruled. Did you raise it in January 2024? Definitely not in the first meeting. Does that hurt her credibility? Because again, they're saying there's no evidence of this, right? You did put it in your text messages. You can tell anybody who was sexual abuse. You can tell Cassandra Ventura, your close friend, who allegedly was engaged in similar abuse, right? You didn't raise it to Sandra Ventura. You didn't raise it in your first meeting. Does this go to her credibility, or has our understanding of sexual abuse and victims and their behavior changed where this is not so straight?
Under the circumstances, Jesse, I think at that point in interviews and stuff, that maybe in the first interview, it would be reasonable that would have been raised. Because I think that her not putting it in her notes, her behavior with regard to the videos and the text message to Diddy, I think those go along with someone that had been battered or sexually assaulted. That doesn't really, but why she didn't raise it up later when all these allegations were already flying around, it does raise a little question to me. The fact that she filed just for the employment issues in the civil case, that doesn't cause me as much concern because, an attorney would probably say to her, that's going to be easier because really keeping the documents for employment issues is on the employer and not on her. So I understand that strategy, but this, I think the jury's going to say, well, why is it now you're raising it up? And we can understand why you were continuing communication with it. But now, why don't we have this? It's cumulative. It really is cumulative.
I said it before, let me tweak it a little bit. Do I think that the prosecution is making out a case of RICO? Sure. But to add to what you're saying, this is not a clean prosecution. This is not a straightforward case. Aside from the fact, Melba, you mentioned, I'm going to throw a question to you that kind of answers this. So complicated, like sex trafficking, racketeering. It's not like a shadowy organization of kidnapping girls from another country, shipping them out to clients. This isn't Taken, where you can easily understand what it's about. It's weird. It's weird. Aside from meeting all the elements of racketeering and sex trafficking, which is tough to prove, it's these kinds of things with the alleged victims and the Cassie Ventura messages and allegedly setting up free calls that don't make it a clean prosecution, and why the prosecution needed to bring in forensic psychologist Dr. Dawn Hughes to explain to the jury why alleged victims engaged in behavior that would look inconsistent with their claims. But this is an important question. This is from Yvonne Romero. I'm going to throw it to you, Melvin. Because it's so complicated. Does the jury have an attorney to consult with during the deliberation? They can't access the internet, and I feel like I would have questions, information I would like to have if it were me.
Yeah, that would be, well, that's interesting. I don't know if that would be a good or a bad thing if it happened in reality. But no, the jury does not have an attorney to be able to consult with. What happens is at the end of the case, you listen to both sides, closing arguments, and then the judge gives jury instructions. You're able to take the jury instructions back into the jury room with you to deliberate, and it sets forth all the different elements of all the charges that are involved. And then you go based on your recollection, based on your notes, and you debate back and forth from there. If you have questions, it's mostly questions about the evidence. They can't get into anything like, explain the law on this more or anything like that. That's what the jury instructions are supposed to be for. They're supposed to be clear enough that people can just take them, read them, and then compare that based on the evidence that they heard and their recollections from the court. They can have certain aspects of the testimony read back to them, because obviously you may not remember what was said in week 1 and it's now week 4 or week 5 that you're doing deliberations. But no, you don't have an attorney that you can ask questions to or anything like that.
You got to pay attention to those jury instructions. Very, very important in this case. Closing arguments are going to be very, very important in this case to really summarize everything, fit it up or not fit it up to the elements of each crime. Okay, update for you. In court, Mia says, I don't remember each specific meeting, but I definitely did raise it in the first meeting, again, regarding her allegations of sexual abuse. And then she said, and Brian Steele asked, and in this next document that you just reviewed, the judge says, just ask her if her recollection is refreshed. And Mia says, no, not the specifics. And then we have a poll up. Should the 2013 birthday video showing Mia raising Combs have been allowed as courtroom evidence? Yes, 43% gives context to the relationship. 57% no, irrelevant to the abuse claim. Very, very interesting. Also, further update from court. Brian Steele asks Mia, you never mentioned sexual abuse until you hired lawyer Sean Crowley. I had no idea when I first mentioned it, except that it was after I had representation. You intend to sue Mr. Combs for compensation. You want money? Mia says no. Joe, that raises an interesting point. When Sandra Ventura took the stand and she was questioned about her lawsuit, I was of the opinion, I don't think that really goes against her credibility, because she had filed a lawsuit and settled with Sean Combs and then cooperated with the government. Like, what would she have to gain by cooperating with the government now if she didn't have this ongoing lawsuit? And they make the argument, a guilty verdict would definitely help you. She already had her suit. Why would she cooperate with the government, put her testimony in play, have to share these details with a jury and a courtroom and for the world at large? But when you deal with this and you deal with Mia and potential, and financial motivations, is it different? Is it different, Joe?
Yeah, that is an interesting question, right? To your point, Cassie could have been great going off into the sunset and going on living her life because she got her case settled within 24 hours after filing the case, and so therefore, to your point, her case is over. She doesn't have a case to bolster or to make better by her testimony. On the other hand, Mia, someone else, that would testify if there was sexual assault, may be better off. Now, that being said, the other side to it is that when you consider the standards of proof, Pinkie could get off in this case. Diddy could get off in this case because he has to be proven guilty beyond reasonable doubt. He'll still be very much on the dole as paying in many of these 80 or so civil cases because it just needs to be more likely than not. I mean, if I'm stepping back and I'm just talking about the potential for sexual assault, that's a little bit more likely, just like domestic violence, which we already know is there, as opposed to him running a criminal enterprise. So I think the answer to that is being ranked here. The answer to that notion is that, okay, you're better off for proving this case. Yeah, for sure. But, she's not a whole lot worse off if the case isn't proven because the nature of the beast is so different in civil court versus criminal court. So I don't know that she put herself through that for just this reason because, in all likelihood, if she has a case, it doesn't necessarily go away just because they don't convict you.
Got another update from court. Brian Steele asks Mia, who have you worked for since? Mia responds, Madonna. For how long? 8 months from April 2019. When you did that, did Mr. Combs assist you in getting that job? Absolutely not. Okay, Alexis, we have a question for you. This is from Legs7K. Hi, Jesse and guests. A question for Alexis. What's your take on the defense questioning on week 4? Have they taken the gloves off, so to speak?
On week 4, well, I think the defense had taken the gloves off before. I think that we might be confusing that on cross. On cross, a lot of times it's going to come across as taking the gloves off because your job as a defense attorney is really to break down the testimony that they had on direct, and sometimes that comes across really harsh. Now, as a defense attorney, you can soft serve it, I call it, where you kind of take, like had been mentioned before, where somebody will say, hi, how are you? And they take the friend approach. That's not Brian Steele's approach pretty much ever. So I do think that they are coming at this with this, but I think they have to come at her hard.
Yeah, they have no choice. And by the way, this goes to something else. Turn the jury off. Well, I wonder if the defense will say, or just something for everybody to think about. Imagine for a moment, Sean Combs is completely innocent of every single allegation. And they are saying, you have people falsely accusing him. You have the government falsely accusing him, right? These people are going after him. Of course, we are going to question her very, very strongly. While we believe our client is completely innocent of all this, how would you expect us to question the person that's ruining his life? That's another way to look at it. I don't know if they'll say that, but just something to think about. Okay, I have an update. Melba, I'm going to throw this to you. So Brian Steele says to Mia, so you were not blacklisted? No. No retribution? He took away the TV show, the credit I was promised. You told the jury you were surprised you were let go, right? I did. You were let go for drinking? No. Why is this so important to get to this idea?
She was let go.
She was retaliated against, or whether or not Sean Combs could use his power to blacklist her in the industry. Why is this so important for this case and this line of questioning?
So there are a few things to unpack here. First off, I think that Brian Steele is trying to go after her credibility in terms of drinking. So when he's talking about, do you think that it could have been consensual intercourse that you had with Diddy, not non-consensual? He's basically trying to put the image in the jury's minds that, well, she was drunk and she drinks all the time. So of course she doesn't remember whether or not she consented, and she could be making all this up because she's a messy alcoholic. That's the argument I think that he's trying to set up. And then he's also trying to minimize the amount of power that Diddy has in the industry. So in other words, everyone is saying, oh my gosh, I was afraid of being blacklisted. I was afraid of all these things. I was afraid he was going to destroy my career. But in fact, none of those things happened. So was that really their perception? Are they just saying that now to kind of explain their actions? So they're trying to make him not seem as Machiavellian, like he had control over everything and everyone in the industry. Like, no, they can go get other jobs. They can do other things. They were just fine. They chose to stay. So it's going at credibility, it's going at reality, and also in a way trying to basically bring Diddy down a peg that he's not this Machiavellian evil character. He's just, much to your point, Jesse, he's just an average guy who, yeah, he had some bad relationships, but, he's not a trafficker and he's not a kingpin.
Yeah, because blackmail, investigation, those all go to sex trafficking, those all go to racketeering. Another update from board, Brian Steele asking me, called Official Girl, yes. And King of Hearts, and the song of Nicki Minaj, The Boys, yes. And Nicki Minaj is well known, yes. Let's see where this goes. Got a question for you. We're talking a little bit more, taking your questions right now in real time. I got a question for Joe about this. This is from Etcha Palante. Joe, is it possible that witnesses could be called to testify to substantiate how Diddy's relationship with Kim Porter potentially mirrored what happened with Cassie and other victims?
I guess theoretically so. The first thing that I would say, though, is amongst the parties, they should already know who's being called to testify, unless you need to call someone as a rebuttal witness, right? The second thing is that, all condolences to Kim Porter, but I don't know that you really want to focus on someone that's no longer here. Because, I don't know that any of it has come through in the trial, but there's been this whole larger conspiracy thing that, Kim Porter has died and Andre Harrell has died, and all these other people around Diddy have died, and Albie Shore almost died. So I don't know if that's on anybody's mind and that it's coming into evidence at all. But I don't think that she adds enough, really, talking about, and it has to come in some other way. It wouldn't come in for her anyway, in order for them. There's too many questions and too much, disconnectivity and maybe even negativity. So that the prosecution, I don't think that they're better off by making a presentation that goes through Kim Porter at all, that goes through someone that's not here, because you can control how someone is here. And in a worst case scenario, maybe even makes people a little bit sympathetic that the love of his life is not around anymore.
Well, the way she's come up so far in this trial is, did the alleged victims of Sean Combs reach out to him after she died, right? Question about their credibility, but also whether or not Kim Porter was a source of jealousy for Cassandra Ventura. And there was testimony that Diddy had said, Kim was really the love of my life, and that's what ended the relationship between him and Ventura. Trying to frame this is a relationship not of a sex trafficker and a victim, but a domestic violence relationship. It was a relationship between him and Cassandra Ventura that was filled with jealousy and anger and love, things that we see in a lot of different relationships. Not necessarily criminal, but toxic, and also maybe goes to motivations of Cassandra Ventura. Okay, here is a good question. Melba, I'll throw this one to you. Old Hollywood Angels asks, can Diddy still be offered a second plea deal, or is it too late?
I don't think it's ever too late. The question isn't a matter of practice, but practically, yeah, you can offer a plea right up until the jury goes into deliberate. I mean, I've had instances where that happens because, well, the state finished, as the prosecution finished the presentation, and it came even more solid and came across even better than the defense had anticipated. Now they're like, we're better off taking a plea. So it is possible. Do they want to at this point? Probably not, because again, you've got the optics to think about. But if you're not necessarily convinced that you've won the jury over, you may want to offer that.
We have an update in court. Brian Steele asks me, and Miss Ventura did the song Numb with Rick Ross. She did. And I love it with Fabulous? Yes. And do you remember Miss Ventura being in the studio with Kid Cudi? I don't remember the specifics. And Mr. Combs himself? Yes. Which goes to another important question, again, whether Ventura's career was sidelined because of Combs or other reasons, or whether she had opportunities. But Alexis, this is a really good question from Skit Atlanta Commentary. And this came up during Mia's testimony about whether or not she spoke out. Did she not speak out? Do you believe the NDA, non-disclosure agreement, had a lot of them confused? They couldn't say anything with the conjunction of the power dynamics Diddy had? It's a good question. What do you think, Alexis?
I think a lot of times when people sign NDAs and they're not attorneys, or they don't have an attorney that reviewed it beforehand, they are confused about what they can and cannot say and when they can't say it, because they're not attorneys and they're being asked to sign this. Also, a lot of times NDAs will be written intentionally, have stuff in there that if the attorney who drafted it knows that if they were pressed in court, probably it's overexpansive, and that the court would say, no, it goes too far. So, but people who aren't attorneys will look at it and they'll reread it and say, oh, it says this, I can't do it. And there's a penalty of some sort that is huge to them that they wouldn't be able to pay. So it does keep people from actually going out and saying things generally when there's an NDA, and that's the real purpose of it. You really don't want someone breaking the NDA and having to go after them. You want to stop them from saying what you're trying to stop them from saying.
Joe, we got a question here from Kay. Do you think he knew all along that what he was doing could be criminally charged, and so he purposely made sure Cassie paid for all the escorts so he could keep his hands clean?
I don't know that Diddy thought very hard about saying, well, here are the things that I'll do. I'll have Cassie pay for this. I'll have this thing happen, that thing happen. So it couldn't be alleged to be a criminal enterprise. I think he's pretty surprised he ended up getting prosecuted. Because among other things, the last time he was prosecuted, it wasn't successful, even though there's an argument that it could have been or would have been. And in any event, it wasn't on RICO. 10 years ago, they weren't prosecuting music guys on RICO, as far as I can remember. And so I think he's surprised on some level. I think that there is some level of invisibility, which is why some of the things that were done relatively in the open. And he thought he could, get to hotel managers and get to assistants and people to keep things from getting out. So I don't think that he looked to and around the corner and said, I will do thing X, Y, or Z to keep from having a racketeering charge brought against me. Because among other things, I think he believed it was his town. New York loved him. People loved him. He knew everybody, from the president on down. And so I think this has got to be a surprise to him on some level. Or at any event, he did not believe that anything would happen to him that he could not handle.
He got the key to the city. But not even that. I think
yes, he did.
He legitimately believed he was going to make bail. I think that's why he surrendered himself to New York. I think he was shocked he didn't make bail. If he had made bail, I think this case would have been pushed years down the road. He would have tried every which way. House arrest, because but one reason that he rushed the trial is because he doesn't want to spend one more minute behind bars. Okay, this is a great question. I don't know if it's.
That's exactly what I think, guys. He did not think, because remember, he went to New York to turn himself in that week. And you saw him that he was arrested September the 16th. That was on a Monday. But he had went to New York to turn himself in. And he did not think they was going to come and get him before he turns himself in with his attorney. And so when they arrested him at his hotel, he didn't think, oh, well, if they do, I'm going to get out. He had everything all lined up. He's just going to make bail and be out that same night. Didn't happen, because when he was arrested, it was still daytime. It was still daytime. He thought that night he'll be out because he got everything already lined up. No, it didn't happen. When I say lined up, the passports, the money, the $50 million, the money, the passports of all the females in the front of family, not his. I mean, not his boys. His passport and all the females, but not the boys in the family. No, can't get their passport up. And mama's house, condo, should I say? Yeah, penthouse, whatever you want to call it, condo. Yeah, everything, and it paid off his mortgage on his current. I think it was his current home. I don't know why it was a mortgage on it, but anyway, he was ready. And then when they told him no, the next day, oh no, you're gonna get it. Turned down by a second different judge. No, because he was afraid of his. He can get to the jurors. Get to the victims. He can flight risk, because you can fly anywhere you want to. He got his own plane. Remember, his drug dealer, Mew, which is Brandon, was arrested at the airport aboard the plane. They took him on to jail that same day as the houses was being searched. Remember, his two houses, one in LA and one in Miami. Both of them was being searched at the exact same time. And Mr. Drug dealer, Mew, Brandon, thought he was gonna just, okay, I'm gonna go somewhere. I'm gonna fly off to an island somewhere for a little while until the heat died down. But then it didn't work. But the third time he tried, the diddler tried to get bail. Third judge, no. They all was saying the same thing exactly, or similar. Flight risk, and you can tamper with the people that's involved. Yeah. But anyway, he didn't go nowhere. He had all that ready. Okay. But here we go, guys.
You know what? I'll do it to Alexis. Denitsa Lazarova. When constantly attacked during cross, aren't witnesses saying why they kept working for P. Diddy and kept sending him sweet texts throughout?
Same thing.
The psychology behind it is so obvious. Why the constant attack?
Well, they're trying to discredit what's being said. The defense is trying to say that it was not said, that it doesn't make logical sense. If somebody was scared and they've been threatened and they had, that they've been overworked and forced labor and all of these really bad things, then why would you go and send years later? Because we're talking years later with Mia. Why would you go and send this video or these text messages? And I think for some jurors, they're hoping the defense is they're going to ask that question, even though the psychology may be clear to individual asking the question and have testimony about it. It's not so clear cut. That's the problem with this case, like mentioned before.
Yeah.
They're saying this is relationship. Usually when you have kidnapping and human trafficking and forced labor relationships, and we don't have long-term relationships, it's maybe like an isolated event situation.
Update from court. Sean Combs' defense counsel, Brian Steele, says the TV show you mentioned, what was it to be about? By the way, this is what I believe she had said that Combs basically derailed for her. My experience, How a person from a small town dealt with a person such as Mr. Combs? A comedic version. Okay, this is for you, Melba. This is from LL. Can a court restrict courtroom access if someone keeps exposing the identity of a protected or anonymous witness?
Yes, but I think the goal is to make sure the person doesn't get exposed to begin with. So I think the judge is going to have to step up in terms of making sure that these little feed glitches stop. Because remember, the judge is in charge of everything that goes on in that courtroom. What media come in, who doesn't come in, if he's going to close the courtroom and sleep with jurors and the witness only, any of that, that's all up to the judge for the most part. So I don't even think it's a matter of, okay, we got to clear the courtroom, this and that. It's stop making sure that make sure that the feed stops showing her face and that it doesn't happen again.
Number one, one more question to you. This is from RSS. Whatever happened to Jonathan Oddie? Now,
Yes.
we dedicated a whole sidebar episode to this. This is the guy who allegedly shot up a Trump property in 2018.
Y'all know who Jonathan Oddie is, right? Let me bring up his picture so y'all can see him. This is Jonathan Oddie right here, guys. That's him. But Jonathan Oddie is still in jail. And he can't get out. He can't even get his trial. And in my opinion, I think it's having to do with the Diddler. Because when I think it was a couple lives ago doing this, I was showing y'all Jonathan Oddie, all his court dates. And all them court dates kept getting pushed back every time he have a court date. And I showed one that was for May 5th. May 5th was Sean Diddy's first day for this trial. I'm trying to pull up May 5th right quick, guys. Give me a second. May 5th. That was the first day they was doing jury selection. May 5th. Jonathan Oddie so been in court, but that was canceled again and pushed back. So I was showing all those dates of all his court dates. It was canceled and pushed back every month. This man been in jail for 4 years now. He can't even get out. And I think it's have something allegedly, in my opinion, to do with the Diddy holding him there. Got somebody keep pushing that date back. Just my opinion. Okay, let me take him down. This is Jonathan Oddie. His what he said 4 years ago matched everything that Cassie said, word by word. In my opinion, he corroborates her testimony. He corroborates a lot of the other witnesses' testimonies. Yes, he does. Oh my God.
Who was interviewed by authorities. He said out of nowhere that he's a sex slave of Sean Combs and Cassie. That he signed a $5 million settlement. At the time, everybody's like, wait, what? What are you talking about? Years later, even at this trial, he comes up, Cassandra Ventura testified about him being one of the people that actually engaged in these freak-offs, and whether or not he was connected to footage that he might have had that he was going to release. Bottom line was, I think people look at it, he also dedicated another sidebar to it, that a lot of what he said might have been backed up. There was even reporting from the Daily Mail a couple weeks ago that there was a photograph of a signature page of a settlement agreement that might have been signed by Sean Combs, where he was paid $5 million. And you look at some of the receipts.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and watch my that video that got him in it. I can't remember the exact date I did it. It was since this trial been going on. Go back and watch that date. I showed that. Go back and watch it. If you want to see his trial dates and all that and everything else. And I think I showed the NDA. I think it was the NDA on there as well. Oh, yeah, he did get paid $5 million to keep quiet, to settle, because he did get an attorney. Yeah, because allegedly he got an attorney because he said he got a disease from having those, be involved in that freak off. Yeah. They settled him with him quick. Think about it. Something up to that. You get paid $5 million and then you have to sign the NDA. Yeah. Think about it. Some truth involved in what this man is saying.
Spending money, Jonathan Oddie. So a lot of what he said arguably was corroborated. What do you think happened to Jonathan Oddie? You think he's going to play a role in this case as we go forward? We're going to get testimony
I don't
from
think
Jonathan
so.
Oddie, Melba?
Yeah, I don't think we'll be hearing from him.
Mm-mm.
First off, he has pending criminal charges, to the best of my knowledge. I don't think that's fully been resolved. So now that's a credibility issue. So you're going to put somebody.
Why was it fully not resolved? It's been 4 years. Like I said, the man just been sitting in jail. He's a petty. He's just a nobody. I'm not saying that he's a nobody, but you know what I mean. Compared to anybody else with those charges, they have been settled that stuff. He had been already went to trial, done his time. Right now, he had already done his time, but he's not getting out because looks like to me, they got something to do with it. They got something to do with it. Let me just take this call. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back, guys. Here we go.
Stands who may be in custody, do you put them on in the orange jumpsuit?
Yeah.
You know, how do you even approach that? And if you can get that testimony, or at least similarly impactful testimony from other witnesses that are less tainted, why are you going to bring him?
They don't have to get the testimony. I even showed in one video his full interrogation. I showed the interrogation. They got the interrogation. All you have to do is just contact the powers that be and get their interrogation video. Just play it during the trial. Prosecutors, get the interrogation video. He backs up everything Cassie was saying and a few other witnesses. Okay? Even Brendan. If he said anything. You're talking about you too, I guess, and a few more. I guess the reason why that video is not being shown because there's other people, big people in the industry, he brings up their names. That's why they don't want him. Because Oddie talks a lot. He tells everything. When I say everything, Oddie tells a lot. The police, the people that was interrogating him couldn't get him to shut up about it. They wanted to talk about him draping the flag, stealing the flag, and spreading it over the counter at the Trump Tower. They want to talk about that. When this man dropping some big boulders on the table, you shutting them up? They didn't want to hear it. Because he was talking about big people's names, big names. That's why. They ain't going to bring him in because he gonna talk. You ask him one question, he going to spill it all. Oh, they don't want him in there. Because his testimony backs up Cassie's, backs up a lot of other people that already testify. I'm not going to say how because that's a long, I already went into that when I showed the video. But y'all, they don't want him. They don't want him. They're trying to keep him away by all means necessary.
And he may have given varying or contrary statements in the past. Like we don't know what else comes with that box of chocolate. So you may want to just leave well enough alone and focus on who they have that doesn't have a criminal history that can be a bit more sympathetic or perceived to be more sympathetic or believable to the truth.
Oh, he will be believable.
Testified, and you wonder how beneficial they are to the overall case. I mean, Sheree Hayes, the Punisher, said everything I observed, everything looked consensual. I never saw any kind of discomfort. And I think you wonder whether or not he was just there to testify, hey, freak-offs actually happened. I mean, the prosecution has to prove that they happened, right? So he might have been beneficial there, maybe not beneficial in the overall case about a lack of consent. So this is interesting. We have an update from about what's going on in court. Brian Steele asks, what other films do you work on? Mia said, dope, lawless, undefeated. You enjoyed the projects? Yes. And you call the people a second family? We all called it that. Combs says, you thought Mr. Combs was a genius at the time. You wanted to continue to work with Mr. Combs, right? I wanted to continue following my dream. What do you think the jury is taking away from that back and forth, Joe?
There's a question. I mean, the defense is really hammering on her that there's just entirely too much of a love fest going on. including after she's not working with me. And this lends to that, right? You know, she was apparently despondent, threatening to kill herself once she heard that the film company was going to be broken down, if I remember correctly. And so, is she really somebody that you could imagine a little bit of someone that's being victimized, or some amount of someone being victimized, still kind of being in denial about, looking at the bright side of particular things or whatever else. But she goes out of her way so much, calling these people family, going out of her way, doing over and above, and then put that together with the fact that the first time she talks with the prosecutors, etc., that the sexual assault doesn't come up. You want to mix all this up if you are on cross, Brian, what he's doing. Mix this all up and really just take her credibility entirely. Like, how is it that this person has so many positive things to say about Diddy, more so than they would? I mean, this isn't even explained by the psychologist, testimony before. Like, this person is going absolutely totally overboard and using more and more examples.
They're not going overboard. They're not going overboard. And the psychologist already explained that. And think of everybody else. Why would everybody else keep coming back for their jobs? There's a reason for that. She ain't going overboard. She's trying to protect herself. Look at it as protection. You will know because you're a man.
The point that was made earlier as I was coming in, there's some such thing as doing too much of that too, and beating a dead horse. And so they got to cross-examine, and look at and calibrate on how much of this really proves the point for the jury and minimizing her credibility, and then moving.
Alexis got a poll up. Listen to these poll numbers, right? And by the way, polls are very interesting that we put up on YouTube. From our viewers, we don't know if they're representative of what the jury might be feeling, but here's the poll. If people around Combs allegedly witnessed abuse and didn't react, what does that say to you? 93%, Alexis said, that he had a culture of enablers and fear, and 7% say the abuse may not have happened. Wow, that's a drastic discrepancy now.
Well, I agree with the poll. I think he did was surrounded by enablers. But listen, the element is an enterprise. So there would be an argument that they were part of the enterprise, and that's why they didn't do anything to stop, what was going on. But getting back to Mia and him coming, continuing, Brian Steele, to come at him, I think it's important to know you can have someone who is sexually assaulted and they may not like that person, but still feel admiration for them because they think they're a smart business person or, whatever that may be. I think there's a division there, and I agree with you, Jesse. I think Brian Steele, it's kind of like, beating a dead horse, that he needs to back off and maybe move on. I think that he has established, from what we've heard, that it was a very conflicted relationship, that in one instance, that she, did feel there's some sort of admiration for him. But that doesn't take away from the fact that he allegedly sexually assaulted her, forced her to work, and all the other allegations. You can have both at the same time.
Yes, you can. You can have both at the same time. I definitely agree with that. Now, we're going to go back into looking at this in just a minute, guys. That is live with Law&Crime Network, Jesse Weber. So I love Jesse. Okay. I love his channel. Now, what but guys, go back and look at some of my older videos. I do talk about that. We're not gonna stop watching Jesse. I want to see what other is out there right now. Let me so we're gonna stay with Jesse and keep up.
Joe, I'm gonna go back to you because this is a similar question I asked you last.
Okay. We're gonna stay with Jesse, so I can always show you all what's going on live with that. But let me just bring this up here. Let me make it larger so you all can see it. Oh, you can actually see that from that page. I don't want to do it from there. Okay. Okay. Let's look at this here, guys. The United States Court, Southern Division of New York versus the Diddler, Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, a.k.a. P. Diddy, a.k.a. Diddy, a.k.a. P.D., a.k.a. Love. They forgot the brother Love. They forgot just to say Puffy. They forgot that too. I guess they say he got so many names, they can't remember all those names. But this is his sealed indictment, guys. And he was charged on, we're going to go over these charges and see whether, because to me, I think I already had put up 4 or 5 fingers when it was going over, have they proved any of the indictments from the witnesses' testimonies. And I stopped at, putting up 4 or 5 fingers. I think I stopped at that because they only need 2. Only need 2 for this to be a RICO case. They ain't got to have 5, 4, 3, 2. 5, 4, nothing. You just need 2. And to me, in my personal opinion, have they proved that? Yes. Other people may have a different idea. They may say no, or they may say, well, maybe 1, or they're not sure. But everybody got their personal opinion on that. Okay. And if I'm looking at it, I'm moving all this stuff, my food and stuff out of the way. Let me put my food over here. I've been eating in between. So it says, okay. Count 1, racketeering conspiracy. That's count 1. The grand jury charges. The overview of it. 1, for decades, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Love. The defendant abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sex desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Now, just reading the first page, let me go on to the next page. Let me see, can I move it over? No. Let me see, is that next page in here? I put all the pages in here and I just looked. Oh yeah, they are in here. I don't know why it didn't show it. Ain't that about it? Ain't that about it? Ain't that about it? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I don't know what happened, but sometime I would always say when you put stuff on YouTube, not YouTube, I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to just, sorry about that, guys. Well, at least we got that first page. I'll leave that first page up for a moment. Wait. Let me go ahead and just get this one up for you. This is, okay. Page 1. Okay. Okay. Hold it. I'll get the. Okay. I'm going to bring it up this way, guys. I just dropped it in here. Where did I just put that page? Oh, I'm looking in the wrong file. I'm sorry about that, guys. Here it is. Sorry about that. Put it in the wrong place. I'm just Stop sharing that and just do this. Okay. Let me get myself over to the side. It's blocking me. I made it big, didn't I? Okay. Okay. So if you look at the first page, where it say criminal enterprise, multifaceted business empire. Okay. Now, they're doing it under the RICO, and they need to prove two of these things. Racketeering, that's one. Oh, I got it. Well, let me pull it up this way. Is it here? I normally keep that page up. Let me just see. I just put that one up and I'll just read over. Okay. One, racketeering charge. Let me read number 2. Count 2. SEX trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. Victim 1. We know who victim 1 was, is Cassie. And then the count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. That's count 3. And that is it. And okay. Oh, I'm just reading the back page. Okay, guys. But if you ask me, I think that I already proved the racketeering. I really do. I really do. I wouldn't be just saying it if I didn't think so. And especially the SEX trafficking. Think about Jonathan Oddie. The man just spoke right here. Think about him. Remember him? Think about all the other people that what's his name? The Punisher. And other SEX slaves. Think about all of them. Okay? All the other victims that haven't testified. The people that they fly in or bring in or however they get there from other states, cross state lines. Okay? And think about the fraud, the force. A lot of people don't want to be there. And I can understand the SEX slaves. They're doing a job. Okay? But then last on for 3 and 4 days. I guess they said they didn't sign up for 3 and 4 days of this. And some couldn't perform because of the Diddler walking around trying to direct them, or the way he's directing Cassie or them. And they're given things to take to keep them up and keep them going and keep them moving and keep them out of it and everything under his control. Then you got the count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. We already talked about that. And so let me just bring this down. So also, tell you what, let me just go ahead and, no, I'm going to leave it down. Okay. So for Sean Diddy, I'm going to say the Diddler. I'm not going to go all through the AKA this and P. Diddy and P. Daddy and Puff Daddy and P. D. and Brother Love. We're just going to say Diddy or the Diddler. Okay. Number 2, it says the defendant, which is Sean P. Diddy Combs, operated his business and headquarters at various times in Manhattan and Los Angeles under a variety of United States-based corporation entities. including Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprise, Combs Global, the Combs Business. Let's see. Among other things, record labels, a recording studio, an apparel line, an alcoholic spirit business, a marketing agency, a television network, and media company. Oh my God. All this you couldn't do right. You couldn't do right. You're losing a lot. Okay. Number 3, at all times relevant to this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, engaged in persistent and pervasive patterns of abuse toward women and other individuals. This abuse was at times verbal, emotional, physical, and sex, UAL. As part of this pattern of abuse, Combs manipulate. Oh, I know what it is, but I can't say it. Women to participate. Oh my God! In the performance of sex activity with male commercial sex workers. At times, Combs and other acting at his discretion made arrangements for women and commercial sex workers to fly to Combs' location. Now, that's what I'm talking about. Flying across state lines. They had to fly in or brought in, whether it's driven, fly, or whatever. You cross that line, that's transportation. That's transportation. We already covered that one. Oh my God. So we're gonna and then don't forget the physical abuse. That's number 4. They're talking about the physical abuse by Sean Combs. Okay. On numerous occasions, failed at least in or about 2009 and continued for years. So started about 2009. Combs assaulted by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects at, kicking them. And it didn't just say Cassie, said them. Okay. These assaults were at times witnessed by others, and including one incident at a Los Angeles hotel in or about March 16th, which was captured on video and later publicly reported, where Combs dragged, kicked, and threw a vase at a woman she was attempting to leave. And we know who that woman was. That was Cassie Ventura. Cassandra Cassie Ventura. That's the infamous video that was put out or leaked from the hotel, where everybody has seen that video. Everybody know that video. She was attempting to leave, standing at the elevator, trying to put her shoes on, while she pushed the button before she could do anything. And then she did not know he was coming, running down the hallway in nothing but his underwear with a towel. Well, I don't know underwear. I just say a towel wrapped around him with his different color socks on. Put it like that. He was coming down the hallway, running, and wrapped in a towel. Let me find that. And grabbed her from the back and just threw her down on the floor. Grabbed her from the back hoodie or her hair and just threw her down on that floor in the hotel in front of the elevator. And then after he threw her down, all he did was kicked, stomped, everything. Probably did punching when we wasn't seeing it. This is that picture. Y'all remember this? Yeah. Don't look like no underwear under that towel. If it is, there's some skimpy underwear, but it don't look like any. Thank God the towel didn't fall. Okay. Number 5. See, like I said, we're just going quickly over this. Number 5, Sean Combs, the defendant, used the Combs business, including certain employees, to carry out and cover up his abuse in commercial sex. Those employees, including security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and highly ranking supervisors and other close associates of Combs. And thinking of that, I wonder, is KK, she was Diddy's right-hand woman. I don't know, do I have her picture up? But KK, which was one of Diddy's right-hand person, his right-hand person, she's a female. I haven't heard her name coming up as a witness or anything. But do I think she's going to testify? Probably. Because remember, I think she was in 3 of the lawsuits. I think Little Rod also got her in his lawsuit against Diddy. So if she's in that lawsuit, that's one. But I understand that she's in 3 lawsuits along with Diddy. So if Diddy go down for anything, for racketeering, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 100 years, lifetime, 200 years, whatever, she go down the same amount of time. If she's so it's in her best interest, in my opinion, to testify for the prosecution, to get a now I don't know whether she got a was she subpoenaed? I don't know. Was she giving a deal to testify for the prosecution, like what's his name, George Kaplan was? I don't know. I have no idea. And if I go back to George, let me go back to George, because we had so many people to testify. George Kaplan. Okay. George Kaplan said he got his right in the court when he came into the court. Oh my God, the way he came in there. Ooh. Okay. So whether KK got a deal or not, I don't know. To testify, I don't know. But she worked for him for years. I think it was maybe 8 years or more or something like that. And she was one of the last people to stick around. She was sticking around because, things happen. Let me see. Give me 1 second, guys, to check this. Give me 1 second. I'm just checking something. Okay. Okay. I got your message. Thank you. I understand. Let me get rid of this. And okay. All right, guys. Let's move on. Okay. Let's go to number 6. For at least in about 2008 through and on or about the date of the filing, this is the Combs enterprise. This indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, and others known and unknown were members and associates of a criminal organization, the Combs enterprise, or the enterprise. That's what they're trying to prove, guys. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise engage in or attempted to engage in, among other activities, XCX, trafficking, forced labor, and that for XCX trafficking, to me, that's been already proved. Forced labor is when they're working all these long hours under harsh conditions. Harsh conditions is never allowed to working 7 days a week. You can't leave until you say you can leave. You're working 12, 13, 14, 15, 20. Just say you're working every day, all day, 24 hours a day. Because you can't ever just leave. And then when you do leave, you got to go. He tells you got to stay in his place, at his place. And then under no lock and key. You can't even lock the door when you take a mess. When you go to the bathroom and say, I got to take a dump. You can't even lock the door if you ready to go to bed. And if he's coming into your room all time of night and all kind of hours, you're sleeping under distress. You're afraid. Okay. Let's jump down to also that do bring up they brings up under that I say forced labor, transportation for the purpose of prostitution, coercion, engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Okay. Number 7, the Combs Enterprise, including its leadership, its members, the same thing. And it says consists of him. I'm going to skip over that. Enriching members and associates of the enterprise, including its leader, Combs. In particular, those who demonstrate loyalty to Combs and willingness to conceal his crimes. Oh, they get it. They get enrichment. Preserving, protecting, and promoting and enhancing the power of the Combs enterprise, including the power of the leader, Combs, through violence, use of firearms, threats of violence, coercion, verbal, emotional, physical, and sex abuse. Oh, okay. We're going to jump down to number 12. Means, this is number 12. The means, among the means in matters of which the Sean Combs, the defendant, and other members participate and conduct other affairs of the Combs enterprise, including the following. Okay, we'll go through some of them. Combs and other members associated with the Combs enterprise. Skip down. Power and procedure of the Combs role at Combs business to intimidate, threaten, lure female victims into Combs' orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Oh, yes. Yes. Whew. I would say that is the way he got all the women. Cassie, under pretension that she'll get a record deal and become a music a singer in the music industry. Gina, and then the things that he did to Gina, to all the women. Oh my God. And all the women, all of his, I'm not going to even say it. I'm not even going there. But anyway, in a romantic relationship, Combs then forced and threatened, of course, them to cause victims to engage in extended sex acts with male commercial workers, freak offs. So this is the word freak offs finally being mentioned. Freak offs. Freak offs was elaborate and produced sex performances that Combs arranged and directed. Oh my. He arranged it, but he want to be a director. His new title is director. Oh, masturbate, doing, and often you have that line electronically recorded. You record everything. And arranging these freak offs comes with the assistance of members and associates of the Comb enterprise. And everybody, if you say you got to take part in getting this stuff done, set up, you got to take part. Whether you know to yourself this is wrong, you still got to take part. That's that force. Threat. You got to take part. I'm going to go on and skip this. Oh, let me just say this part. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically receive IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. Yeah, that's it. Number under 12, number A, at the bottom of A, the last sentence on A. Yes. And let me just say this under B, 12B, it said members and associates of Comb Enterprise, including high-ranking supervisors, security staff, and household staff, personal staff, and other Combs business employees. That includes KK. KK, they talking about you on that, girl. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you, bad girl, bad girl? What you gonna do? What you gonna do, KK, when they come for you? Okay. But anyway, so, and then they got, during the searches of Combs residents in Miami and Florida, Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles. I don't know why I'm putting them separately. Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California. Law enforcement seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics, and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. They're talking about this stuff here. See this stuff here? That's what they're talking about. Okay? This is baby oil, but not one of his. This is baby oil. That's for my baby. We got a real live baby here. Not a grown man trying to do the baby oil. We got a real baby. Okay? But let's see. Okay. So we're going to go on down. Combs subject victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse to cause the victims to engage in the freak-offs. Okay, we already know that. Okay, I'm going to move on down to, what's this, in or about March 2024. Okay, this is coming up something just last year. In or about March. Now, if you want to see a full of this, I did this during one of my lives, a full reading of this cell indictment. You can go find that video. Don't ask me which one. Whenever this came out, that's when I did it. Put it like that. Okay. Oh gosh. Whew. I'm getting sleepy. I'm getting really, really sleepy, guys. Okay. In or about March 2024, doing searches of Combs residents in Miami, Florida, in Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, as well as drum magazines. And I wish I could bring up it only let me bring up one out of all those pages. Last night I took time and put in here. And I'm not going back through to put these pages back up. This is the only one I was able to put up. In that first page. Remember that first page? That first page that I had. just those 2 pages, this one and the other one. But that's okay. That's okay. Let's go down to F. Gosh, I'm getting sleepy. F on page 8. When employees witness his abuse or others threaten Combs' authority or his authority, you know how you're gonna act. You're gonna act a fool. Combs and members of the associates of the enterprise engage in acts of violence, threats of violence, threats of financial reputation harm, and verbal abuse. These acts are violent, include kidnapping and arson. And you know where that arson came from. The arson is like Kid Cody's car that was in the driveway park that wasn't messing with him. Hi, Miss Missy. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming in. That car was not messing with him. He had Capricorn. Remember, Capricorn gave that statement on the stand. That was part of her testimony on the stand. That how Kid Cardi's car got split at the top of the roof because he got a convertible. So that soft rooftop got cut and a Molotov cocktail got thrown in. And female fingerprints on that bottle and everything. And then that silk scarf. Now, who would put a silk scarf on to make a Molotov cocktail? An expensive wine. Go figure. Okay. All right. And he said, it's not me, but I don't know now. And remember, I brought up that conversation that they had in a previous interview. I may do it, I may not, I don't know. But anyway, that's the arson. And we're going to move on to page 9. Like I said, it's only 14 pages, and I'm not going through everything of these 14 pages. There's only highlights. Let's do number 13, the racketeering conspiracy under 13. For at least in or about 2008, through on or about the date of the filing of this indictment in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, the defendant, and other known and unknown being persons employed, we already know that, employed by and associates with the Combs enterprise described in paragraph 6 through 12 of this indictment, an enterprise engaged in activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly combined, conspired, and agreed to together and with others to violate the racketeering laws of the agree together and with each other to violate the racketeering laws of the United States. Yeah, that's what I just said. Conspire. Confederate and agree together and with each other to violate the racketeering laws of the United States. That's number 13 under the racketeering conspiracy. Number 13. That is to conduct and participate in directly and indirectly in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, as that term is defined in Title 18. Consists of, and it got A through H, so I'm just going to give headlines. Multiple acts of involving kidnapping, multiple acts involving arson, A is kidnapping. B is arson. C, multiple acts involving robbery. D, multiple acts involving D, multiple acts indictable under Title 18, which is, I'm not going to read all that, 18, United States Code Section 1512, relating to tampering with a witness, victim, or an informant. And allegedly, in my opinion, like I said, I think, what's her name? Gina, victim number 3, that never showed up, that they can't get in touch with and everything. In my opinion, I think she was tampered with. I think she was paid off. I think they got to her. She stopped answering everybody's texts, calls, emails, no matter how she ain't nowhere to be seen. And I showed you a picture of Gina. Let me pull up Gina's picture. That's Gina. Beautiful girl. You know who she remind me of? Cassie. She remind me of J-Lo. Look at her. Beautiful girl. Okay. Okay. And then we got, I think I just did. Okay, I did D. So we're at C. Multiple acts related to forced labor. That's E. Then F is multiple acts indicted under Title 18, United States Code, Section 1581, and 2, relating to XEX trafficking. And then I think we already proved, in my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a housewife, and this is just my opinion. But that's when you bring in these XEX workers cross state lines and stuff. And also forced labor too, because they work in harsh conditions. Although that's what they came there for, but all the employees, think of the employees. Gina, Capricorn Clark, Brendan. Well, he's not an employee, he's just a mule, drug mule. So I take him off that. Capricorn Clark, Cassie, let me just name Greg, Kaplan. I have to go. Dante. Don't forget Dante. I ain't talking about these security people. I'm not. Well, maybe I am. I'm not putting Young Miami in that group because she did a different type of job. I'm not talking about John and Theotti. He did a different type of job. Stevie J. He's not even employed them, but I wonder, is he going to testify? He should, because he's the only one sticking by the diddler. Just haven't heard from him lately. Let me see who else. Dawn Richard. Remember her? She was one of the girl groups. Oh, let me just put up all the people. Let me pull this down and just put up all the. Here we go, right here. Okay. Cassie already testified. Kid Cudi already testified. Don Richard already testified. So we're still waiting on others. I'm still waiting on Michael B. Jordan. I don't know whether any of these people on this list is going to testify this week. I don't know, but I hope so. I doubt it's if that the sons are going to testify, because they've been sitting. If you've been sitting in that courtroom every day, listening to everybody's testimony, more than likely you're not going to be testifying. If you're going to testify, you're not sitting in that courtroom. You're not making an appearance up into the courthouse. You're not making no appearance at all because they don't want to see you until it's time for you to testify. They don't want you to sit there because he can get a mistrial. So they don't want that. You're not saying somebody's going to testify. It's not coming, parading themselves up. No, you ain't got to be parading, but coming to the courtroom, sitting in the, coming to the courthouse, sitting in the courtroom, hanging outside. You ain't going to be there. You somewhere waiting till it's your turn, waiting till they call you, waiting till they come and get you, waiting till they bring you up there because you're testifying for the prosecution. So you're not there. Your job is to lay low until it's time. So Don Richard already did hers. Kerry Morgan, David James. Kerry Morgan is Cassie's friend. David James is a former Diddy assistant. Gerald Don Hughes, Gerald Gannon, George Kaplan. He's the one that came in and got that. He doesn't have to worry about. He got a what do you call it? It just rolled off my mind. But anyway, he already testified. He was one of Diddy's assistants. They had to go clean up the rooms after the freak offs. Clean up. Oh my God! I wonder, did he have on a hazmat suit? You need a hazmat suit. There's nobody gonna go clean up a crime scene without a hazmat on. They're gonna have the face gear, the goggles, the eye gear, the head gear, the gloves, the suit, the boots, and everything. They're gonna come in hazmat. They're gonna be ready. You don't go up in there dressed in your normal street work clothes and with your normal shoes on. You may take all kind of germs out of there because you got to remember everything was in that bodily fluid, blood, everything. You don't want to be in that semen, everything. You don't want that stuff on you. You don't know what somebody's sick with. Take no chances. Think about when C-19 was out. If he was still doing that during the C-19, you don't know what them people have or got on them. And then you cleaning up that. Next thing you know, you got pneumonia. Because pneumonia is a real thing in Hollywood. Seems like every healthy people in Hollywood, they get pneumonia. I'm going to stop talking about pneumonia. I'm going to leave that alone. David James, personal assistant. You know, Kid Cudi did his thing. He did his thing. I have to look over my notes and try to remember who was all there. But I wonder, I ain't gonna even see it. Okay. The LAFD arson investigator, he came in, Lance. He came in and did his thing, but he doesn't work for Diddy. Like I said, he came in and did his thing. And out of all last week, one of the strongest witnesses was Dante. Dante Nash, he came in and did his thing and shut it down. You couldn't tell him how to talk, how to act, how to do anything. He gave you what he wanted. He didn't give you nothing but what you asked for. And that's what you better make sure you ask for it because he gave it to you the way he wanted to give it to you. Ooh, my Lord. He won that week. Week 4, I give it to Dante. And the second close-up runner from the week 4 was Mia. But otherwise, Dante won that one, hands down. And I say week 3, I would give it to, I wouldn't say it was George at all. I don't know. I didn't have no clear winner. No, week 2. I don't have no clear winner of week 2. Cassie did her thing when she came in. Week 1 and that Monday of week 2, but I don't know. Because they was, I don't know. But this week it is Mia. Last Friday it was Mia. Today it's Mia again. And I wonder is anybody else going to testify after her. I don't know because I'm trying to finish up this here. I wonder, and I think Brandon, the drug mule, his person that brings in since Miami can't do it no more. But anyway, don't mean to throw no shade. But anyway, I wonder whether he's going to testify. And I think it would be in his best interest because I don't think that That boy is gonna last. He ain't gonna last. He's a little pretty boy. He ain't that cute to me at all, though. But people think he's cute. I don't know. The boy next door syndrome. Okay, let's go on. So we already talked about F. Let's go to G. Multiple acts and indictable under Title 18 for this one is related to transportation and travel for purposes of prostitution and other illegal XDX activities. H. So the last one is H under this one, under 13. Multiple offense, including the possession with intent to distribute or distribute narcotics and controlled substance. Oh, we already heard about all that, including, all them bad drugs. He got a lot of them listed on his paper, and I'm not saying all these drugs. Oh, Lord. He even got stuff that you give your horse. If you got a horse, take out a horse, knock them down, and he giving it to people. Oh, my Lord. I'm not saying all this stuff. Okay. Let's move on to 14. It is part of the conspiracy that Sean Combs, he's the defendant, on phone calls. This one is talking. That's number 14, talking about on phone calls. Let me just say this: on phone calls. I hope he knows phone calls at the jailhouse, the Metropolitan Detention Center, is recorded. And if you go to prison, they're recorded too. Those calls are recorded. So anytime you're trying to bribe somebody or coerce somebody to do something or get to somebody or tamper with a witness, that is being recorded. Some people don't know, and some people don't care because they are given orders. But I hope they bring out the person that handles that in their department at the jailhouse, because would that person take the stand? Maybe. Y'all, if y'all was on phone calls that you work from, and you was on phone calls, and he telling y'all to do this and do that, and while you're on the phone call, call up this person on a three-way, they got you. I'm just saying, it says on phone calls, Combs and other members, India and associates of the enterprise, among other things, provided these victims and witnesses with a false narrative of events in an effort to conceal Combs' crimes. Combs calls these calls to be recorded on at least 2 occasions. This is in the seal indictment. This is in this right here. So if y'all want to go back and look at it again to see have they proved any of these things, you may do so. Okay. We only got these 3 pages left. Okay, let me just say number 13, or at least in about 2008. Okay, we already know all that. Let's get down to the nitty. Let me see number 13. I'm trying to see, what did they do? Criminal enterprise consisting okay, number 13 brings up violated the racketeering laws of the United States, that is to conduct and participate directly indirectly in the conduct of the affairs of Combs Enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activities as that term is defined in Title 18 and consisting of multiple acts involving kidnapping. That's A. Kidnapping is A. B is multiple acts involving arson. C. Multiple acts involving bribery. D. Multiple acts involving related to tampering with a witness, a victim, of an informant. E. Related to forced labor, the same thing. F. Related to SEX trafficking. G. Related to transportation and to travel from purpose of prostitution and other illegal and SEX activity. H is the last one. We already aiding and abetting and willfully causing. That's all these multiple drugs. Okay. We're going to go on from there. Let's look at notice of special sentencing factor. Let me drink my lemon water on that one. The notice of special sentencing factor. 15. That's on page 11, guys. For at least in or about 2009, up to including in or about 2018, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, as part of his agreement to conduct and participate in the conduct of the affairs of the Sean enterprise to a pattern of racketeering activities. Okay, I'm not going to read all that. We're going to jump down to the bottom of it. Let me see. The defendant agreed to in affecting interstate and foreign commerce, normally recruit. I saw the eyebrows go up, recruit. Let me take this down so you can see. Recruit. Yes, see them eyes, Buck. Okay. This is on 15, page 11. After say, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka PD, aka P Diddy, Love, and all that. It said the defendant agreed to in affecting interstate foreign commerce, normally recruit. You see them eyebrows go up? Boom. Entice. Okay. Recruit and entice. Harbor, transport, provide, attain, advertise, maintain, patronize, and solicit by any means a person, normally in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, okay, threats of force, fraud, and coercion as described in Title 18 of the United States Code, Section 1581. In combination of such means would be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial SEX act and violation of Title 18. Okay, y'all got to look at that. But anyway, let's go down to, we're on count 2. Count 1 was the longest. Count 1 was the longest one. That's racketeering. Count 1 was going on forever and ever and ever. Now, count 2 and count 3 is just like, count 2 is like, bam, and we done with count 2. Count 3 is like, bam, and we done with count 3. Okay, so count 2 is SEX trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. That's victim number 1. And we know who that is. That's Cassie. Okay. The grand jury further charges. As it starts at page 11, number 16. For at least in or about 2009, up into and including in about 2018 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean, P. Diddy Combs, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy Love, or whatever you want to call him, the diddler, the defendant. That's what he is. And affecting interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, advertise, fertilize, solicit by any means a person knowingly and indirectly reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, coercion, and title described in Title 18. Y'all can look at that. Okay. Let me see. What is it? In combination of such means will be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial sex attempting aid and bribery. And no, wait, bring bribery back. Okay. Willfully cause the same, to wit, cons, recruit, entice, harbor, transport, maintain. Well, victim one, they're talking about Cassie. An attempt to, let me see, victim one to engage in sex, commercial sex acts. Victim one engage in, they're talking about Cassie, which in, as victim one was engaging in commercial sex as a resort of force, fraud, and coercion. Okay, let's move on to count three. See, I told you count two is like that. Count three is the last one. It's transportation to engage in prostitution. And count three is going to be like that. Not like that, but like that. Okay, count one was the longest one. Okay, now count three is the transportation to engage in prostitution. The grand jury further charges, it starts on page 12, number 17, for at least in about 2009 up to including in or about 2024, not 2024, 2024, in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. Sean P. Diddy Combs, Puffy Daddy, Sean Love, or Dip, all them names, okay? The defendant knowingly transported an individual in interstate and foreign commerce with intent that the individual engaged in prostitution and attempted aid and abetted and willfully caused the same to Combs transported, aid and abetted and willfully caused the transportation of female victims in commercial, and that's victims, victim with an S, okay? And commercial sex workers with an S, and interstate and foreign commerce on multiple occasions with the intent that they engage in prostitution. Okay, that was count three. Okay, so we have count one, count two, and count three. All right. And let me just see. We're going to the last page, guys. We're on the last page. The last page. Okay? Okay. Let's go ahead and hit it. Let's get into it. The last page. Let me see. I'm going to start at give me a second, guys. Okay. Let me see. Well, we're going to start with this one here. Let me just start after they start with State Code Section 1962. I'm going to start right after that. Any and all interest in securities of claims against and property or contractual rights of any kind affording a source of influence over the enterprise named and described herein with the defendant established, operated, controlled, conduct, and participated in the conduct of in violation of Title 18, United States Code Section 1962, in all property constituting and derived from proceedings obtained directly and indirectly said offense. Oh my God, including but not limited to a sum of money in the United States currency representing the amount of proceedings traceable to the commission of said offense. Yeah. Okay. That was all of number 18, number 12. Number 19. We ain't got but 19, 20, and 21 to go. Okay. 19. Let me see. I think that's about the same as number 18. Because they talk about the property, the real and personal involvement in use and intent to use to commit. Are they talking about the same thing? Let's go down to 20. So we're going to go down to 20. As a result of, let's see, no, that's about the same thing. So we're going to skip. Well, let's look at 20, the bottom of 20. Oh, it's talking about the same thing, similar. Okay, something similar. Okay, let's jump down to 21. That's the last one. Okay, I wish I could bring 21 up. No, I don't. It's not letting me do it. Okay, now number 21. Okay, this is the substitute assess his everything that he got. Talking about things that he provision. Okay. 21. If any of the above described forfeited property as a result of any act or omission of the defendant. I got A through E. Okay, cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence. That's A. B, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third party. That's B. C, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court. Cannot be doing all those things. Now, see, this is, do some people think that he's already doing these things? Some people say yes. Some people have been saying he's been doing this before this trial. If you look at some videos, there's one person, an artist, says, "You got everything in your mom's name." I'm not going to say who that artist is because he don't want his name. Him and Diddy ain't friends like that. You got everything in your mom's name. That's what he said. I'm just repeating what I heard on the video. Okay. Allegedly. But anyway, let's go to C, has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court. D, let me see, can I put that one up? Let me just take that one down. Y'all, it would be fitting to at least show you the last page since the other ones, because I had them all loaded. Oh, no, it's not going to let me do it from there. While I get it up so y'all can see it, let me go on with D. Has been substantially diminished in value, or no, have it been diminished in value, in the value of it? Like a house may go down in value, the value of a house. One, it may be worth just say $1 million. Now it's worth 70,000 or 80,000. or $10 million house. Now it's, instead of being valued at $10 million, now the house is only valued at 6.5 mil. It's page 14. You know, things like that do happen sometime. I'm not saying it happened in this case. I don't know. Well, let's get on to E. E is the last one while I get it pulled up for you. E has been with other properties which cannot be subdivided, colluding with other properties which cannot be subdivided without difficulty. Property. Oh, unless more than one name is on a property. I would think that's what they're probably talking about. Cannot be subdivided. If somebody got their name on the property as well. Oh, wait, I'm in the wrong place. Trying to pull it up for you guys. Oh, here it is. Just say a person got their name on a property, and just say two people's name is on that property, or some more than one family member name is on this property. And that would be a problem, wouldn't it? That would be a big problem. Can be divided up. It would be kind of difficult. Yeah. Now, if this is the last page, page number 14. Okay. And you, this is it, guys. It is intended of the United States. This is Title 18, United States Code, section. Oh, y'all can see all that. But anyway, this is the last page. And it's signed by the United States Attorney. Okay. There you go. That's it. So you got a chance to see. I had the first page for you, but I took that down. And then you got chances. That was the first count. And then you got a chance to see the last page. Okay, guys? Yes, you did. All right. Let's see what's, I do have one more video for you all. And then, because I want to make sure we're still live. Let's see what's going on outside the courthouse. I just wanted to bring that to you right quick. But we're going to see what's going on outside the courthouse. Let's see. Let's get it up. I'm going to do a live. Let me. Okay. I'll show you all what's going on outside the courthouse. Oh, let me bring it down first so I can enlarge it. Y'all want it to be enlarged. Just me. Just me. There it is. I have enlarged it. Okay, here it is, enlarged. Okay. Let me just see whether I'm going to unmute it. This is live. This is Law and Crime with Jesse. Okay. This is live outside the courthouse. Time right now is 3:05 in New York's time. They normally letting out at 3 o'clock. So the court should be over. If they haven't let out, let me see. Have they let anybody out yet? Just 3:05, 3:06 their time. So if they haven't came out, they're probably getting ready to walk out. They're probably getting ready to walk out. So I want to leave it here just in case they're getting ready to walk out. But while I tell you what, I don't want to miss them walking out. I really don't want to miss them walking out. Okay. Somebody's getting ready to go in. I don't know who she is, but she's not people that we're looking for. People are coming out. I don't know who they are, whether they're part of the team, that lady, or not. For the Disney team. That's what I'm saying. Mr. Combs hurt you on. Did you seek medical help? Me or no? That's they're talking about when the Diddler slammed her arm on a door. He asked for her phone to see her phone, and then he snatched it out of her hand and ran into a bathroom. And then she got her arm into the door, and when she did, he kept slamming the door on her arm on purpose. It wasn't like, "Oops, oh, I'm so sorry." No, bam, bam, bam. Could have broke this girl's arm. Tell me that's not sadistic. Tell me that's not crazy. He could have broke her arm or anything. That's crazy. And then when he did come out and give her back her phone, you know what he tells her? I'm going to paraphrase. Now I got something on you from your phone. He took something off her phone and sent it to his to let her know. Now he got stuff on her, compromising pictures or something like that, or text or something, or video on her. Oh my Lord. Don't forget, he's a grown man. He's in his 50s now. Can't you tell? But he got something on her. Little Rod. I was hoping Little Rod would testify, but Little Rod, I don't think he's going to be brought into this. He's the young man that was suing Diddy. And he had an actor, Goody. What's his name? Goody Jr. or whatever his name is. Goody Jr. or Goody Jr. or whatever his name is. Pictures of him. He talked about in that how his idol was Stevie J, producer. And so Diddy showed pictures, a video of Stevie J allegedly bumping in bed with another man and saying, if Stevie J, your idol, couldn't do this, why can't you? Allegedly. But anyway, I did that lawsuit. Ooh, that was last year sometime. Or last year, or maybe beginning of this. Yeah, I think it was last year though. I really do. Okay. I don't think they're going to call him, but I would love to hear. I would love to hear. Oh, we talked about forced labor at one point. I talked about it a lot let me put the clamp on these papers. Doing these papers here, forced labor. Let me pull it up and go over what that is. I'm going to take this down. Well, I may just leave that up because it's just 3:10 New York time. And I hope that is the right time. I think it is 3:10 in New York. And if they get out at 3, I don't want them to be walking out and we miss it. Let me just see. I'm going to check and see if anybody else caught them walking out. Okay. Just give me a second. Just give me a second, guys. I wish I could be in New York. Oh, but I can't. Whenever something happened, I'm always in physical therapy and just had a broken rotator cuff because I had it twice done, or something going on with this shoulder, something. Oh, this is just 2 hours ago. I'm going to, okay, let's do this here. Let's switch over. We're gonna save this one here because we're gonna save this one. I'm gonna remove it and mute it. You want nobody talking anyway. But if somebody comes out, I can see it because I got it over on a separate screen here. If anybody come out, I'll pull it up right quick so you all won't miss that. Okay, but let's go over to, let me just do this, guys. Let's go over to, where's my pen? Where's my pen? Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's do this here. Go over to, okay, I don't want to get rid of them. Okay. I'm going to pull it up. Okay. Is that the same? Oh, yeah. Okay. It's the same. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and bring this up for you all guys. This is live now from Fox. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and, oh, let me just put it up here. I try not to, and that information will be down in my description box. Okay. This is live and they're talking about it and they're showing the front courtroom doors. So if they're showing the doors, that means, let me unmute it. People haven't came out and it's just
in which Sean Combs
2:14.
is accused of sexually abusing several women. She is one of 3 women who are going to be testifying during the trial. And she has said that during her employment for him as a personal assistant from 2008 until 2007, or actually 2009 until 2017, that he first molested her and tried to forcibly kiss her at his 40th birthday party shortly after she got hired, and then months later raped her in a guest room at his home in Los Angeles. And she's been under cross-examination now for 2 days. And while a lot of the lawyers for Sean Combs have been very friendly with some of the witnesses who reluctantly testified for the government, the lawyer, Brian Steele, has been very aggressive in cross-examining Mia, and even suggested today that she was making up her allegations, which she insisted was not true, that she's only testified truthfully over the last 3 days. But he again and again confronted her with text messages she had sent to Sean Combs after she was no longer working for him between 2018 and 2023, in which she expressed how much she loved Sean Combs and appreciated how much she'd learned from him and how her opinions about him would never change. And finally, he asked her directly, how can you say these things? You know, at one point, he even confronted her with a text message in which she said she had a nightmare in which she was in an elevator with
we heard that one.
the singer R. Kelly, who was convicted of charges, is now serving time in prison. Similar charges even to this case. But she said she was in an elevator with R. Kelly in this nightmare, and Sean Combs came and rescued her. So then, his lawyer said, well, how can you make these accusations, against, Sean Combs when you're having a nightmare in which he rescues you from someone else who is a convicted abuser of women. And she said it's because she was brainwashed, and that she didn't come out of this until the last year or two. And she said it took therapy and lots of confronting what went on, and for her to change her mind about everything.
That's quite an interesting line of questionary there when we talk about a witness that describing a nightmare, so to speak, in a case that is very serious, very sensitive, and as always, viewer discretion advised to anyone that is watching this along with us. Larry, describe to us Diddy's demeanor today in court. How much communication has he had with his lawyers?
Well, lots of communication with the lawyers. He's been very involved, as we've seen.
Y'all hear that? Seem like one of them got a phone or a mic or something that's on as well, because you can see as soon as I mute it, you don't hear it. So it's not on my end, there's something on their end.
We gave the nod of approval, and that's the kind of hands-on involvement in a defense that you don't normally see from a defendant. So he has been hands-on from the start, though, very involved in his defense and very serious in the courtroom, but also seems someone business-like. You can imagine as you watch him in the courtroom that, yeah, he is the CEO of his companies, and he's a guy who has run successful businesses, as Sean Combs has. So that comes across. The jurors, as always, are extremely attentive, taking notes, facing toward the witness during testimony, no matter who is on the witness stand. It's one of the most alert, pay attention juries I've ever seen.
That's good.
Larry, we know that the cross-examination of that alleged victim of Diddy continuing on right now. Do we expect that to finish today? And who are we going to hear from next?
Yes, we do expect that to finish today. And it's unclear exactly who will be on the stand next, because there have been some negotiating going on as to whether or not the defense will ultimately call a witness to kind of cast doubt upon these tapes that were shown early in the trial of Cassandra. Cassie is, what she's known as in the music world, but Cassandra Ventura is how she's known more often in the courtroom. And that was Sean Combs' longtime girlfriend for like nearly 11 years. And there's a widely seen recording of her being attacked by Sean Combs in a hotel room in 2016. That's really become not a hotel room, I'm sorry, in the elevator back at a hotel in Los Angeles. And it's really become a centerpiece of the evidence in the trial. And so there will be witnesses perhaps testifying further about how that reporting came to be and its relevance in the trial, and whether the defense will be attacking its legitimacy, whether it was properly made and can be trusted and can be relied upon by the jury, which will be deciding whether or not Sean Combs is guilty of racketeering and sex trafficking, charges that could put him behind bars from 15 years to life if he's actually convicted.
That video that you're talking about, really the catalyst for everything that we're seeing today. Larry, I know you have to get...
Let me, I'm just paused for 1 second. Let me check something, guys. I'm going to put it back up. Just give me 1 second. Okay. I think he was about to go anyway, but I'm going to put it back up. I just paused it so you won't be
get back in there and continuing to cover this. But anything else that you would like to add, maybe something you feel is important to mention as we again enter this fourth week of testimony?
Well, one other way that the defense lawyer was really trying to attack Mia's testimony today was he pointed out that she hired a lawyer who had represented E. Jean Carroll in this very courthouse last year. And during that trial, when E. Jean Carroll had made, allegations against now President Donald Trump, and now once that lawyer began representing her, the lawyers for Combs maintained, oh, then suddenly you wanted to talk about sexual harassment and being raped and things like that, whereas it was all a secret before then in your eyes, and you had never planned to speak of it at all. But throughout that line of questioning, it was just trying to suggest that she was either making this up entirely, these allegations, or really exaggerating that.
All right, Larry Neumeister, reporter there with the Associated Press. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're going to be in touch, of course, for the next several weeks as this trial does continue. We'll talk soon. You take care.
Thanks.
Okay, guys. Ooh, see? Seems like, let's see. Seems like, yeah, even when I turn to, let me just show you. Law&Crime, they are gone. They have ended too. Law&Crime Network, their lives have ended with it too. So let's just get a summary of what happened today. I'm going to pull up on the major news outlet so we can just get a summary of what happened right quick. A short video. So we'll know what happened today. Just give me a second. Okay. I don't think no other witnesses was called today, but I just rather be on the safe side to say it. Let's be on the safe side. Okay, before we say that. Okay, so we're going to get an update on the Diddy case today. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is today. This happened this morning. So this is from this morning. Let me see. This is 30 minutes ago here. This is 30 minutes ago. Let me just see.
In the same courthouse.
Okay, let me just see. No, I mean, I'm trying to see who's got the latest. I'm trying to get it as. I guess I'll just go back up at the top and get it. Okay, here it is. They're still going over it right now. This is with CNN. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring it to y'all so we can get a news cap on where this is still. Oh, this is still live too. CNN is still live going over the recap of what happened today. Wait now. Let me take that back down. Okay, let me go back and look at that one more time. No. This is live today. Okay, this is live today. So they got it live. I think the CNN News 18. That information is going to be down in my description box, guys. I'm going to go ahead and unmute it.
If you don't call me now, F it all. And I'm going to start everything. And don't ever speak to me again.
So this is live.
2 minutes. F her. And Mia, she left her job in 2017. That wasn't the last time she heard from Diddy. So the court that Diddy, his longtime security guard, mentioned throughout the entire trial, D-Rock reached out to her. When? Well, it was after Cassie's lawsuit was filed in 2023, saying Puff wanted D-Rock to get me and make sure that I wasn't a threat. And just before lunch, defense attorney Brian Steele got his chance to cross-examine Mia. He put up several posts from her own Instagram account. Now, some of those showed photos of Mia standing close to Diddy. Others showed her showering him with praise, calling him a mentor, an inspiration. Steele pressed her, quote, on the 5th anniversary of the initial sexual abuse, you are saying to Sean Combs on your social media account for everyone to see, thank you for being the good kind of crazy and continuing to inspire me every day, right? Mia replied, I don't think people wrote bad stuff about their life on Instagram back then. Now, the defense also suggested that she outright fabricated her sexual assault claims 3 different times. In one exchange, Steele asked, isn't it true that Mr. Combs never had unwanted, non-consensual, forcible sexual contact with you? Isn't that true?
What?
Mia responded, what I said in this courtroom is the truth. I do not lie to anyone at all. Steele asked why she worked for Diddy so long and for so long and spoke positively about it despite her claims of physical, sexual, and emotional abuse. She told the jury, I was young and manipulated and just eager to survive. Nobody was there to say these things that were happening were wrong. I was always in trouble, and I was always just trying to find a way not to be in trouble. Now, we are now 3 weeks into this trial, but the drama is not limited to courtroom 26A in Lower Manhattan. Today, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, weighed in. He was actually asked if he would consider or had considered pardoning Diddy.
I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot. I think when I ran for politics, he sort of that relationship busted up from what I read. I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact.
Let's begin with editor-in-chief of All Rise News, Adam Klasfeld. Our eyes and ears in court today. Adam, you were there. You saw the way this cross and the testimony came in. The defense suggested 3 different times that the woman who is called Mia made up the allegation of sexual abuse and assault. The exchange, the way you read it in the testimony and transcript, seems harsh. How did it play in person in front of that jury?
It was just as combative as the transcript suggests. Brian Steele didn't hold back. He didn't soft pedal the question. And as you saw in the transcript, Mia didn't back down. She seemed a little taken aback, as if she didn't understand the question at first. But then she said very firmly and assertively that she was telling the truth, that she was lying to nobody. And that was something that was a constant throughout her testimony, that she was confronted with these social media posts, primarily her Instagram posts, and she acknowledged that these were hers, these were things that she wrote, and she was very confident in talking about that. And she said that that just related to her trauma.
She was very emotional throughout her testimony, her voice almost a whisper at times, I understand, and she did not want to be there. She wanted to take a lot of the information that she says happened to her grave. And she testified today that there was nobody, this stuck out, there was nobody around us that ever even flinched at his behavior. Obviously, this goes towards this notion of an enterprise of people working together to silence those who were being victimized allegedly. But how did the jury react to the way that she was testifying, and even that part about nobody flinching?
Now, it's very interesting you point out that line, because at that very moment, I was looking at the jury and jurors were taking notes. And as you noted, Laura, I mean, that line is very significant because of the top racketeering charge. Prosecutors are alleging a criminal enterprise, and multiple jurors, it resonated. They were pretty much all business for hours, just seeing the exhibits of the social media posts. They were doing their jobs and passing around the sketchbook at one time. But when it came to that testimony, they started scribbling in their notepads. Now, we don't know what caused that. We don't know what precipitated that, but we knew that they were engaged. And we know that that's very important testimony to the prosecution's case.
It really is. And of course, trying to read those tea leaves in the version of notes in those moments really can be impactful. Adam, thank you for being our eyes and ears. Glad to have you on.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, my all-star attorney panel is here with me as well. We've got Monique Presley, who was represented in the past Bill Cosby, constitutional attorney and white-collar defense lawyer Seth Berensweig, and Benjamin Shue, former co-lead counsel for Johnny Depp during his defamation trial against Amber Heard. Ben, I want to start with you because in our conversation even yesterday, we were trying to figure out how the cross was going to go. The optics, because she was so emotional. Even more so, frankly, in terms of the tears and the sobbing than even Cassie Ventura had been throughout the course of her testimony. Not comparing the traumas that they had both alleged, but it was notable just how emotional she was. And you thought that the defense had to handle her with care. Did they accomplish that?
No, I don't think so. I think with a witness like that, as we discussed last night, you have to be very careful. This is a likable witness, a credible witness, and you have to have a much lighter touch. To say abruptly, isn't it true you didn't have forcible sex with Diddy? How, of course, is she going to answer that? But of course it's true. I would never make this up. And as your reporter said, she had a very strong, firm response to that. I don't know what he gets out of that. And his other question, what if you're not the victim? Well, I am the victim. I don't think any of that would have played well before the jury.
You're a defense attorney and have done a lot of work in this area. How would that approach have resonated with you? Would you have taken the approach of challenging her in that way? I mean, in a way, Diddy is fighting for his life and the attorneys have to perform for him as well. Would you have taken that tactic?
Right, and sometimes it's not even the tact you take, it's which lawyer you use for the tact you take. And so I was more interested
They should have had a female.
in the choices being made because, as you said, if they're going to go hard and they feel like they have to for whatever reason, maybe they've got facts we don't know about yet. And so they view the witness on the stand as being a fraud, being a liar, being someone who's pretending with all of these tears but really behaved a different way. Well, if you're going to show me that in this cross-examination, I need to see it early on, or you're running the risk of really alienating the jury. But then, unfortunately, we're still in a very sexist society, and you don't know what jury you're dealing with. So if you have a woman who maybe could handle these hard questions in a softer way, maybe you use that strategy. But I didn't have an issue with the fact that they had to ask these hard questions because I think, frankly, that's their obligation. You can't soft pedal with a witness who, from their perspective, is on the stand crucifying their client and falsifying testimony before the jury. You've got to figure out a way to get somewhere in the middle of the road. And I think maybe it's with strategy instead of with the actual words on the page.
Really important point that he's got like 8 or 9 attorneys, by the way. Several.
Yeah, you got a lot of them.
And I wondered about the tactic and when they use which counsel. By the way, the prosecution also, all women. So the idea of how they have decided to divvy up the work is also great. They all have different styles and personalities. But to the point of what they have to prove in the prosecution, that I mean, they had testimony that came in that Diddy was trying to blackmail her as well, either taking photos off her phone, putting them on his own phone, dangling this idea that she had sold sort of a comedy series to ABC, and then saying, I'll get rid of them unless you have Cassie call me back, all these things.
Thank you, Hill 75.
The kind of pattern that you need to establish that RICO charge.
In my view, it does. And I think the prosecution has done a very solid job so far.
Drive safely. Thank you for coming in, Hill 75.
Now, make no mistake about it, there's still a long way to go in this case, and they have to continue to develop the evidentiary scaffolding. But I thought that they have done a tremendous job with the witnesses, and let's just continue to focus on Mia. One of the things that was interesting, you talk about a criminal business enterprise, which was one of the evidentiary requirements. They covered a lot of that with her, other witnesses as well, but they're covering members of the business enterprise who are essentially, participants in this whole element. And, you were talking about some of the underwhelming questions that counsel asked today in identifying the elements of the business conspiracy. Remember, this is a corporation. This is a historically rare theory that a business, extremely rare in recent modern American business history, has been used to facilitate basically him running an empire of a sex monster they talked about, for example, the HR department. And one of the questions that they asked Mia was, and this takes victim blaming to a whole new level. They said, well, did you report the sex freak-offs to HR? And she said, no, of course I didn't, because they're just going to protect him. So I thought that was pretty underwhelming as well.
That's an important part, because that goes to the idea of the inner circle and the realm that they're trying to establish. But I just playing devil's advocate. You know, RICO cases are very hard to prove. And connecting those dots in real time to a juror who's watching and wondering, am I seeing a toxic, harmful, violent relationship?
They only need to find two of those under the RICO statute, only two. And as we went over today we went over the seal indictment on some of those things. We went over this. I did this a while back, but we went back over them to see whether we could see whether anything was proven already. And today, doing a live earlier during my live, during the I think it was with Law&Crime with Jesse, whoever. I had put my fingers up at 4 of them and then 5, and I just stopped counting. Okay, in my opinion. Okay, everybody got a different opinion. They may say only 3 or 2, but you only need 2. So it's heads or tails from now.
Relationship, am I seeing RICO? How can we bring to the course of closing? We'll do a lot of that. But then there was this moment about her testimony where she said that she believed that he had reached out to her last year around the time of that lawsuit came up in Casa Ventura. D-Rock, the security guard's also been mentioned, that to kind of make sure she wasn't a threat. Defense counsel, how do you guard against the idea of witness tampering?
I think that's very difficult, and those facts are really
I think
bad.
Gina been tampered with.
D-Rock was involved, makes it seem much more like an enterprise. It's not Diddy himself making the call; it's one of his employees. So I think that's a damning fact.
One of his lackeys.
You're right. D-Rock was a part of it. But then again, when you're building a case for defense, you want to know who might be in your camp, right? You have to explore, in some respects, who does not have this good vision of you. They have to build a case, right? A defense.
Yes, and also the fact that if you're like a close to billionaire person running 30 different businesses, you don't make every call about anything. You don't make most calls. So the obligation for the defense, if they choose to put on a case, will be to do some of what the assistant did, where the assistant was trying to explain, no, he wouldn't have known how many bottles of baby oil there were because he's running a global empire, and that's just not the things that they do. And I think maybe some people, typical jurors, might not have an understanding of how little of a person's life, like Mr. Combs, actually touches grass, as the kids would say, and how many things are actually done by other people. And to not import meaning into that isn't there. And I'm not saying it is or isn't there in this instance. Maybe D-Rock was the henchman who did all of the strengthening of situations for him and shoring it up and fixing it. But it could also be the case that this is just not a person who did a lot of anything on his own. Everything that happened was call this person, get this done, do that, while he focused on other things. So I think that would be their job to bring that kind of revelation to a jury.
A really important point, and just to remind people, we'll come back with more information. Casa Ventura testified that D-Rock was and his wife were a couple that she went to when she needed to feel safe at times. You have to bring that into how the defense will bring that into the conversation. As much as he's part, she claims everything else. I'm curious to see how, when she comes back on the stand, Mia, on Monday, that sort of cooling off period where the jury has to remember key moments. While some people in the industry are dropping.
Yeah, you're right. He may get he'll 75. People are fearing that he may get off on a technicality. You're at a red light. Yeah, let's pray.
Others are standing right by his side. One supporter was in court today to support Combs, music producer and longtime friend of Combs, Charlie Finney. He even walked out of court with Combs' kids. And he insists that Combs is innocent of the sex trafficking, the prostitution, and the racketeering charges that he faces. And Charlie Finney joins me now. Charlie, I see you outside of court. really every single day. You are wearing free puppy. People know that you are in full support of him. You have been speaking to him as well. Can you tell me and share how Diddy is feeling about how this trial is going?
He's just confident. He's prayed up, and he's just pretty much confident about telling the truth and getting the truth out there, and explaining his version of what's going on.
You know, when you watch him in court, he is staring straight ahead. He is hearing from people who were very close to him at one point, Cassie Ventura, his ex-assistant Mia, among others. He almost seems very stoic and not like he's reacting in real time to it. Has he shared any thoughts about what it was like to hear people like Cassie Ventura allege the things that she has, or Mia, as she's known in court, allege what she has alleged?
I mean, it's for sure heartbreaking, right? These are people that you trust, people that you actually help make money with and for, and people that you looked at as family, and to hear the outlandish things that they're saying, right? And then try to embellish even more on top of it. It's incredible. And to be the victim of hearing it, it's great.
Why are you so confident that it is embellishment? Tell us about what you know about Diddy that makes you confident that you think he'll be acquitted.
Well, only God knows he's going to be acquitted, right? So we are prayed up, and as far as me knowing him, I know the man, right? I know him. He's a father. He's a brother. He's an uncle. He's a cousin. He's a producer. He's a philanthropist. And we all fall short sometimes. We all make mistakes, right? And this is not about the mistake he made. This is about something else.
What is it about to you? Because they talk a lot about you're calling them mistakes, and obviously the allegations, they go beyond, a slap on the wrist. They're talking about rape. They're talking about predatory behavior, among so many other things. What do you think is this is really about if it's not about pursuing
I don't know. I really don't know what it's about, but I know that, like you said, it's allegations. Mm-hmm. It's one person, two people telling you a story. It's a story. It's something somebody's telling you. But that's why we in the court of law, and that's why we're on trial to prove his innocence.
He's he is presumed innocent. You will not get argument from me. And of course, it is the prosecution who has to carry that burden. And we don't know how the jury is seeing and viewing any of this. Go ahead.
What I have to say is that the jurors are smart jurors. They're paying close attention. And the judge is a young but very smart, no nonsense judge. I like this judge. He's not going for no kind of craziness on his watch. He's checking the defense. He's checking the government. He's giving clear, decisive information and direction to the jurors, and they're paying attention. So I feel good about where we're going. I feel good about what our team delivers on our case.
I certainly appreciate the way the judge is handling this. There is an element of fairness, and I don't think either side has escaped his notice or critique at times. But you mentioned putting on the defense case. Do you think Diddy's going to testify? Do you have any idea of who might go and be on the stand?
I don't think we'd be able to keep him off here.
Really?
Because I just don't think so. Because he's charismatic, he's smart, and he don't have nothing to hide. He don't have anything to hide.
Well, with all the allegations that have come in, I have to tell you, I'm not sure how many more skeletons could allegedly be in one's closet than what has come out in terms of what they have alleged. It's that end. Mm-hmm. I have seen his family in court. I've seen his mother, his sister, his children, his daughters. Of course, his sons are there as well. Not the youngest among them. What has it been like for his children, some of whom lost their mother tragically just 3 years ago?
Yeah, and I want people to understand that as well. These are children, right? Mm-hmm. That they only live with parents in this part, right? They have to sit there maybe 10 feet, 15 feet away from their father. They can't hug them. They can't kiss them. They got to whisper to them and post signs and stuff like that to show that they love them. And it's heartbreaking for them. He wasn't there for the graduation. He wasn't there for the prom. He wasn't there to send them off to school and none of that. So it's heartbreaking.
I did have a conversation last time we had Suge Knight on the program, and he was calling in from prison, and he was talking about, similarly, when we talked about whether Diddy should testify, he seemed to think that
it was in his best interest to testify. Otherwise, people would feel like he's something to hide. Now, obviously, the jurors are going to be instructed that you cannot hold against somebody who doesn't choose to testify. But one thing he did say was he believed that Diddy would be okay because he thinks that President Trump would ultimately pardon him if he were convicted. President Trump was asked about that today, and if he would pardon Combs. He didn't dismiss the idea, but if Combs is pardoned, do you think, if convicted, will the president pardon him?
I would hope that he do. I would hope that he would look at this case and see that this is a bunch of trumped up charges. Because if you look at it, only thing they've shown you, right, today, this is probably what, second, third week of trial, right? Mm-hmm. Everything the government promised you, they have yet to show you. They promised you all this stuff. Only thing they showed you was domestic violence, drug abuse. They have not shown you the machine. They have not shown you rapid tip. They showed you the man, they showed you drug abuse, domestic violence. They haven't showed you anything else. And this case is not about domestic violence. It's about the other charges that they've brought upon it. And they have yet to prove that.
Well, of course, they will try to show these so-called predicate crimes fall into what you described, but hearing about domestic violence, about the drugs, were you surprised when that testimony came in? Do you believe any of it?
I mean, you saw what I saw. So, the drugs, I was surprised about the drugs. I don't know Puff to do drugs, right? So me hearing it for the first time, yeah. We were shocked. His kids were shocked. Mom was shocked. We didn't know he was doing drugs. We didn't know Cassie was doing drugs. This is a part of their life that they kept to them. That was their thing.
The violence? How about that?
I mean, they had a strange toxic relationship. You know what I'm saying? John B had a record a long time ago in the song where They Don't Know About Us. That's their connection. That's their love. That's their strange way of connecting. I mean, it don't work for you, don't work for me, but that's their relationship.
On day 13, here we are, the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. There was a tense back and forth between the defense and the second woman to accuse Diddy of sexual abuse. This moment, my team of legal experts and court insiders will look at.
Excuse me. I'm sorry about that. I didn't even know I was going to do that big cough. He's going at captivating the jurors in the media that's in the courtroom. Good. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Whether Diddy's legal team moved the needle in challenging one of the prosecution's arguably strongest witnesses. And we heard a lot from the former assistant known to the public only under a pseudonym, Mia. She recounted more instances of abuse, of blackmail, saying that she feared not just losing her job, actually, but
her life.
Now, under cross, the defense suggests that she made up her sexual abuse claims. The jury also saw several social media posts showing Mia praising Diddy even after the alleged sexual assaults. Before the defense took their shot, Mia had a lot more to say about Diddy's threats. She described one trip that she and Cassie took to South Africa, a trip that quickly turned dark. Diddy, he was back in Miami, trying to get Cassie to talk after she found out that he had been with another woman. Mia testified that Diddy flooded her with threatening text messages over a period of days, saying he was threatening my job and then he threatened to kill me. Now, Mia claimed that Diddy attempted to blackmail her on that very same trip, saying that Diddy threatened to tell Cassie what he had done to Mia, as if the alleged sexual abuse was somehow Mia's fault or that she was a willing participant. The jury saw one text from Diddy to Mia that said this: "If you don't call me now, F it all, and I'm gonna tell everything, and don't ever speak to me again. You have 2 minutes. F her." Now, Mia, she eventually left her job in 2017. But that wasn't the last time she heard from Diddy. She told the court that Diddy and his longtime security guard men, as mentioned throughout the entire trial, D-Rock, reached out to her. When? Well, it was after Cassie's lawsuit was filed in 2023, saying Puff wanted D-Rock to get me and make sure that I wasn't a threat.
Ooh,
Just before lunch, defense attorney Brian Steele got his chance to cross-examine Mia. He put up several posts from her own Instagram account. Now, some of those showed photos of Mia standing close to Diddy. Others showed her showering him with praise. calling him a mentor, an inspiration. Steele pressed her, quote, on the 5th anniversary of the initial sexual abuse, you are saying to Sean Combs on your social media account for everyone to see, thank you for being the good kind of crazy and continuing to inspire me every day, right? Mia replied, I don't think people wrote bad stuff about their life on Instagram back then. Now, the defense also suggested that she outright fabricated her sexual assault claims 3 different times. In one exchange, Steele asked, isn't it true that Mr. Combs never had unwanted, non-consensual, forcible sexual contact with you? Isn't that true? Mia responded, what I said in this courtroom is the truth. I have not lied to anyone at all. Steele asked why she worked for Diddy so long and for so long and spoke positively about it despite her claims of physical and sexual and emotional abuse. She told the jury, I was young and manipulated and just eager to survive. Nobody was there to say these things that were happening were wrong. I was always in trouble, and I was always just trying to find a way not to be in trouble. Now, we are now 3 weeks into this trial, but the drama is not limited to courtroom 26A in Lower Manhattan. Today, the President of the United States, Donald Trump, weighed in. He was actually asked if he would consider or had considered pardoning Diddy.
I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot. I think when I ran for politics, he sort of that relationship busted up from when I ran. I would simply look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any effect.
I really don't want
Let's
to.
begin with editor-in-chief of All Rise News.
I don't want to hear what he got to say. I really don't. I really don't. Because we hadn't heard what he had to say before. Now, that was live, and it's still live, still going on with CNN News 18. So, but when it comes to that person there, I really don't want to hear what he talking about. Hi, Alice. Thank you for being in here, Alice. Thank you for coming. Let me see. The facts that Mia and Cassie planned to sue him, basically because they wanted to still be with him while he was planning to feel. This is crazy. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Thank you. Let me just say this. We're going on 4 hours and 7 minutes of this live. Alice, thank you for coming in. I want, if you don't mind, do the playback for me, the replay, be the replay for me. But let me just say, Mia, now, she did a great job on the stand to me, regardless whether she got that man battering her. They should have put a woman up to it. But since they put him up there, she still did a good job. Thank you all for being here and everything. I'm going to put this on my second and my third channel because I got total of 3 channels, but I'm going to put this, but I'm not going to put a 4-hour live on those other 2, which is Pink Global in my third channel. That's just too, I'm going to cut it in half or probably just break it up into a 2-hour live. So I'm going to go through it. Thank you so much for the super sticker here, 75. Thank you for the $5 super sticker. And you know, whenever I get a super sticker, I'm so pleased to get it and everything. So we're going to go ahead and do the money song. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. First super sticker of today. I did not expect that, but thank you for supporting the channel. Hi, Sharon. Thank you. Excellent live, Miss Pinkie, the housewife. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Sharon, thank you for coming into the Pink House. We've been on 4 hours and 9 minutes now. Live. It is live. We just got through watching live with CNN News 18. They was going over some of the highlights of the trial and everything. And we did go over the court docs from the sealed indictment that on Diddy, United States versus Sean Diddy Combs. We went over those three charges for the RICO and everything to see whether we think there are any did the state did the prosecution make any things toward those that were racketeering, and we only need two. And in my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a housewife. But in my opinion, I think they did. I think they did do that. But everybody got their own opinion about that. But also, like I said, I'm going to break this up into 2 hours for my other two channels, because I don't, that's what I'm going to just do. Maybe on Pink Global, I may put it out as 4 hour, but on the third channel, I'm going to cut it off some because I just am. But because I'm still, oh, y'all do one thing for me. Go over to my second channel, not my third. I don't even bring my third channel up. Make sure Pink Global. We're almost there to get that one monetized. I think that channel needs, that's Pink Global. I think that one needs to be get monetized. Is I can actually tell you in just a moment. Let me see, because like I said, y'all don't. I write notes. I keep notes on everything, but I'll put it in my computer later on. Send it to myself later on. On Pink Global, I need 255, maybe less now, but yesterday around this time, I needed 255 subscribers to get monetized on Pink Global. Yeah, it may be less now. I don't know. I haven't checked. I haven't checked anything yet. But make sure if you all came in late, make sure that you all do go over and go and do the replay. You can do the replay. I'm just looking for something. Like I said, I got my red pen marker. I keep track of everything. But make sure y'all go over and do the replay on that. I would love it if you can. All right. Guys, we're about to go now. All right. And thank you everybody that came to the live, like every day, Monday through Friday, for the trial, Diddy trial. I do go live for his trial. I do it live and everything. This shirt is going to run me crazy. The sweat top is too big. But anyway, I do that live. So every morning y'all will see me live for the trial. I don't miss it. I don't go without it. Okay. So guys, thank you all for being here. Okay. And y'all know, let me get rid of this. I do appreciate my my super sticker today. Thank you so much for my super sticker. All right. That let me know I'm doing something right. Thank you so much. Y'all know how we do it when we're going out. Let me just say this. We're still waiting on who else from here is going to come to the stand. We already talked about Gina. She's that victim number. She was victim number 3 that, to me, that they was looking for and they never could find no more once the trial started. In my opinion, like I said, I think she was gotten to. Yes, they got to her. That's just my opinion. And then also, we did talk about a few more people and everything. KK is one of them, Diddy's right-hand woman. So wondering whether she's going to testify. But there's a big difference between these two words, consent and coercion. All right. And also, they did bring up, we're far away from closing arguments. We're still, the defense is up on the stand right now. We are very far from this. We got a while before we get there, guys. We still got this whole week, and you never know what surprises or who's going to pop up on the stand. And when they do pop up on the stand, what they got to reveal. All right. So we're going to go ahead and close here for today. You all make sure you all hit that like button and everything on your way out. If you missed it, and everybody in the bushes, go ahead and hit that like button. Thank you, guys. Love you much. All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet. Damn, ain't that great. I don't want to go to work because my boss is a jerk.